Hello, Susanna. How are you? I hope you're feeling well. How is the little one? Hey, Baron. What's happening? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you both so much for coming. I appreciate it. Grand risings, everybody. Blessings, peace. Let's enjoy life. I'm so glad you guys could stop by. I'm really excited to hang out. I know you guys might be busy running in and out. That's okay, but I'm glad that you guys are stopping by. Very happy, positive, and blessed. What's happening with everybody out here? Y'all good? I hope everybody's good. Just want y'all to know anytime you come over here, you're bound to hear anything. Because we talk about everything from the rooter to the tutor. Doesn't matter what it is, anything anybody want to talk about, they're welcome to talk about it. We all respect each other. We don't do drama over here. But at the same time, we're going to have a lot of people that don't agree. It's cold. Oh, you in Alabama. All right now. I hope it warms up for you. It's got to be cold, huh? It's real cold in Atlanta, too. Real cold. There's a lot going on out here. I hope everybody's all right and staying safe because I've been hearing a lot about the weather around the world, in fact. And, you know, sometimes a lot of stuff happens when the weather is cold. It depends on where you're at and storms. And we got some of everything in different climates. So I hope it gets better for you. I hope it warms up. How about that? So nice to see you guys on a fresh new start. Hope everybody is have some good plans of what they may do different for the new year than they did last year. And if not, whatever you're doing that's been fine, I hope it continues to be all right. It's nice to have people that can form friendships like this around the world. So very grateful. Susanna, you know I've been coming over to check you a whole lot. Checking on you and your little one. I hope you guys both are doing fine. Because I see you popped in, but I don't see you anymore or any response. So I hope everything's all right with you. Your little one's doing well and had an awesome holiday. Everybody's still enjoying their gifts and their New Year gifts. Get ready to start off with a good, fresh, new week. Depends on what you got going on. I know I'm good. I thank God for that. Though when I say that, it's not even bragging. It doesn't matter what may be going on. I'm blessed to have it. Blessed to have it. Whatever that may be. I'm live, I'm breathing, I'm whole and healthy. Hey, Danielle, how are you, beautiful? You are awesome. I didn't watch just about everything you have over there, so don't think that I don't come and check for you. But if you look at the majority of your posts that you have up, I didn't hit you up from the left to the right to the side, and I do a lot of the ninja. I just don't call my other folks that I got. You know how Bert be setting it up and he got the computers running. I always do at least 3 or 4 people, even when I'm doing my live. So I be hitting everybody up, if you know what I mean. It's not just me sitting here doing the live or me just watching and supporting one person. That's one thing me and Bert got in common. I just haven't, given, mine any names. You know what I mean? I just run it. Hello. Minimum Tierra, how are you? Beautiful. Hello, Food Lab. Is it Aisha? How y'all doing? What's happening? What's happening to my peoples? I am so excited with this, and a lot of people think I be bugging out, especially with my family. I be telling them I can't wait to get online. And you know how I feel? You ever know how it is when you have a child, not even just for Christmas, but when a child gets a new toy And I'm not saying I consider you guys as toys, but I'm just saying when you get something new that you like and then it's time to go to bed or you got to leave it alone, that's how I feel when I can't wait to get up to get online. Rather, even though, I do my praise with God and that type of stuff like that and work in the house and outside of the house, but I'm just saying, I'd be so excited just to see you guys. You know what I mean? My brothers from another mother and my sisters from another mister. And you know that this is a divine connection because we're all connected from around the world. You know what I mean? And to a certain extent, we are strangers, even though we all are brothers and sisters. So for us to be able to connect and have each other's back, that's incredible. That's incredible. And I mean finding some real people that we don't have a whole bunch of foolishness. You know what I mean? A lot of craziness going on. Excuse me. Just like I have some folks that I got that were my friends and they got introduced to everybody in the club. It's been a positive thing for everybody. You know what I mean? And then I have a lot of people that are not in the club. But I've been doing this for quite a while now. And I am just glad that we all are able to come together collectively and doing well. You know what I mean? Whole, humble, and happy. How about that? I appreciate everybody. I always thank you guys for every little bit that I get because it's a blessing to be able to have people come that don't even know you and willing to spend their time. And that's serious something that has to be respected because of the fact that everybody has only 24 hours in the day. It doesn't matter what the time zone is. And for people to come and really want to sit with you knowing that they have, their own life. And there's millions of different people to talk to. Also, there's so many opportunities as far as social media. So you guys could be anywhere. So you know what that makes me feel good that you're giving me some of your time. And just like I was saying before, just like Rruk, he got a lot of his stuff going where he makes his rounds, to everybody. And if y'all ever hear like seems like some talking, that's because I got other people's videos running on two other devices on my cell phone so that I can try to, have some love and hug the world. You know what I mean? And really, really mean it and do it, and be positive about it. And I just hope everybody is doing well and living their best life. Because one thing I can tell you is that in this life, you can't just sit back and just wish well for your own family, husband, kids, daughter, whoever, your coworkers, and the few people you know. You have to love the world the best you can. I mean, everybody ain't good people. I know that. All blood ain't good people, and all money ain't good money. But when you realize where you're at in this thing called life, you're more appreciative of who you have in your life and what they mean to you, and if this is our situations with our brothers and sisters around the world on YT, that's what it is. And one thing I want you guys to understand about me, real talk, keeping it raw. I don't play games like with people to fake it out. You get what I'm saying? If I rock with you, I rock with you. You get where I'm coming from? And what that means for me is that if you are monetized, I'm going to watch as much of your video as it takes so that you can get monetized and stay monetized. But I have to make sure that I make my rounds around to everybody. Even if you do a live, I don't care if it's an hour, 8 hours, I'm going to watch a certain amount of the live so that I can make sure you get monetized or stay monetized because sometimes I can't watch the whole thing for everybody because I won't be able to share the love. You know what I mean? And I expect everybody to do the same for me. If you can't rock with me like that on every little thing I do, there's nothing wrong with that. You may not come back for a couple of months. You feel me? And it's all good because this is a thing called life. You know what I mean? And we all try to get it in how we live. And sometimes our living is different. You may be sick today. You may be doing something private with your husband, kids, your job, and you couldn't come by for a couple of months. You know what I mean? You've been sick. I mean, it could be anything, but we just have to make sure that we got each other's back properly and that we stay, supportive of one another because it don't do anybody any good if you have somebody that just pop in and I mean, not to say that just popping in ain't good enough because for me, that is a blessing just to see your face, even if you can't stay nothing but a second. That is an awesome blessing. But at the same time, for a lot of people I know that's out here trying to build their channel, they need, to be within the guidelines so that they can get what they need. But I'm good. And I thank you guys for that. Hello, Bert. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming. Yes, you go ahead and do what you got to do, Bert. I understand that because I know you're at work. I got my thing going here too, so I get it and I appreciate it. She there with this ninja. I know that's right. Come on with it, bro. Because I was just explaining that I do a lot of different people, and how you know is because you see me there. If you guys don't see me there, that doesn't mean that I'm not down with it. But I flip around. But I'm gonna be honest. Anybody that I have right now in the chat positively, any other people that we have creators, content creators out here, anybody you know that I know, y'all know we see each other there. That's because we care and we rocking with each other. And then also, you may not see me sometimes because I got other people that's not in the club. You know what I mean? And I got a lot of people that I try to bring to the club, but I want to make sure I don't bring the wrong people to you guys because I know how it is when you got the right crowd. The people is really down and loving on one another. You know what I mean? And also, with me, I got a lot of people from, something that, was started like about 6 years ago that come through, and I just want to make sure I don't mix that crowd with you guys. You feel me? Because I don't want nobody hurt or bothered. But I just want you guys all to know that this means a lot to me because, you got to think about people be where they want to be. Look at, he said, is he in the house? Here, there, everywhere. I'm telling you, I got a new computer just to burn it a little bit more, Bert. Just trying to have something that I use, because we got computers in here that we use business-wise in the home. But I also have a gig that I have to go outside. When you work for somebody else, it's a different story. So yesterday, when I was out for them 12 hours, I was only able to switch up with like maybe, excuse me, two different channels at a time because of the fact that I was using one of the computers at work, but I also was using my cell phone. But I switched it out and gave everybody a good enough time. I hope, he said, soon you will be like me. Yeah, I probably will. I'm not far from it, I tell you, because right now, boy, because we got to have accounts set up for business as well, too. You know what I mean? So right now, I think I'm at, what do I have? I got 3 accounts going that I can dedicate to this. And then, I got family member that have, things going here where they use their computer that we don't mix business with pleasure, if you know what I mean. Separate computers for certain things. And I promise you, I enjoy every bit of it. And it is a job, you know what I mean? Definitely it's a job, but it's not nothing negative. It's a positive thing, and I promise you, you get out of it what you put into it. So I feel like with me, I really base this, and a lot of people don't understand. I just got through talking to a good group of people that well, I'm sure you guys probably comprehend, but I'm saying everybody don't. I just got through talking to a good group of people that when we first started learning about like Facebook in MySpace, there was no monetary gain. People really were looking to establish some real friendships. And I watched yesterday, Logan did a live, and he had some friends that he was talking to, and they were speaking about that, and they really knew what I meant when I said it, because that's what I do too. It's not just about, just getting a coin. It's got to be more than that if you want people to care about you and rock with you, and then you have to give back what you get in. As Bert says, you got to give to receive. So with that being said, these two of the men on there said, because one of them, when Logan did the live, one of them was in the hospital, and they was just basically saying, he said, I only do use Facebook and certain social medias, and like with Facebook, he said he used it just to keep in touch with his brother. And then another person said that they use it just to keep in touch with a group of people that they are friends with, and the way they communicate is on Facebook. And see, that's what I'm trying to explain, but I think a lot of people don't understand. Obviously, this is something that can become something lucrative. Who wouldn't want to get paid for something that's lucrative, and they got some of the best friends and family in the world that they're meeting out here? But it's not about pressuring and running people down just to watch your videos just to make money. Can't put that ahead of that. Friendships and family is priceless for me. But like I said, why not make it lucrative if you can? That's all I'm saying. Let's keep it real. Because when we ever had the Facebook and all of that kind of stuff like that, there was no monetary gain. People were looking to find lost family members, connect with folks to let them know that somebody died, there was a new birth in the family, to make new friends around the world, and money had nothing to do with it. You see what I mean? But now, with the goodness in the world, it has become something that can be lucrative, that is even better than what it was. But if it wasn't, I still would spend a lot of time on here because I value my friendships. I promise you I do. You let them take the price off the table of being monetized, and you still gonna see me. You let them say that, you can't get paid for this, and you still gonna see me. You get what I mean? Because that's not what it's all about. And because I got so many people that's been doing this thing, and the first thing they say, oh, I don't want to be monetized. Oh, I don't want to be. Do whatever you want. You know what I mean? But make sure you're not using people to try to build a house on sand, because it will crumble. You understand what I mean? Once people see what you are, that you're running the game. Because I got a lot of people, just like with God, a lot of people go to God in prayer, and after they get what they want, they forget about Him. You get where I'm coming from? So we have to be careful that we all know we sticking with the right crew. And, some people going to fall off and do what they do. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about come from the strength of reality. Keep it real. Ride hard. You know what I mean? And remember that the friendships that you're forming is not just, obviously, we give to get. That's not just what this is, though. Because if they took the financial part off, a lot of people would still be doing this because we're loving on one another. We want to be friends. We want to make money, too. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong with this if this is all it was. You get where I'm coming from? This is not, the end. And I want everybody to please feel me and know me. I'm not that girl, I promise you. And I tell you one thing, and I'm going to be 100% truthful with you. God has been so good to me that with my situation in life, we survive. And I know a lot of people don't understand and maybe not believe in it, but C-19 was a monster, a beast. But see, that ain't nothing new. And that's why I didn't take the hit the way a lot of people took it, because of the fact that I have a greater, higher purpose. I'm not living just to live this life. I'm living for eternity. So what does that mean? I ask my Father and I seek understanding of what is happening in life. Well, what does that mean? This ain't nothing new. It's just a new type of virus, but it's nothing new. This is not even just a virus, y'all. This was a plague that rocked us. Do you understand what I mean? And a lot of people wasn't prepared for it because they're not paying attention to what God's teaching. They're not paying attention to that this stuff will come to pass, meaning we've been through stuff like this before. Don't y'all remember when Moses went to the Pharaoh and said to free my people? And the Pharaoh wouldn't listen, so he turned the river into blood. He casted some frogs. All that stuff is different plagues that's happened in the world. And a lot of people flipped out because they don't know what they need to know to prosper in this thing called life. So you don't make it to the next level until you pass this level. And that's the problem with everybody. Everybody is worried about the wrong kind of stuff. That's why I always say that you have to be well-rounded and not half-cocked. You know what I mean? You got to do what it do. If not, it's not going to hold up, because you can sit up here and, play a lot of games with people just to get people to watch you and be on your channel and not really be down for them, but you're supporting them, though. See, we got to understand the trickster. They had two brothers that was born, Esau and Jacob. And one of them was a trickster, and the mother was down with it and stole the other brother's birthright. That's just how it is. Some people will play you for a long time, do a lot of good stuff for you, and then turn and stab you in the back, and you thought they was riding with you. Oh, every video, or a lot of my videos, a lot of my lives, they're supportive. They come over to my channel. Yeah, that's the game. If you don't know who you with, you can get played. You feel me? Come on now. What's up? Hello? This ain't the first Monday, People not paying attention to that. This ain't the first time. I'm not new to this. I do this. You get what I mean? So just keep that in mind, because I got a lot of perpetrating the fraud, and I'm going to be honest with you, I support a lot of people that don't even got my back at all, but I'm learning slowly to, to stay with the right group of people so that I can give them the positive energy. And some of them knuckleheads need a little love too, but you know what I'm talking about, y'all. Let's don't play like we don't know what it is. I'm going to stop for a minute because I got something to do real quick. And then I'll finish chatting it on up with you guys for whoever's there, because I got a lot of people that are busy. And just because somebody's not sitting on your videos or coming to every video, don't get in your feelings. This is not how this kind of thing goes. Do not get in your feelings when you feel like somebody ain't doing this or somebody ain't doing that. Just be proactive and paying attention to where you're spending your time, because I know some people may come by here and then I might not see him for a couple of months. That ain't my business. As long as we're friends, we good. And then you got to know the people that just peeping in. And I'm going to tell y'all a little bit about that in 1 second. Just give me a second. I got to get this in here. All right. I don't know if anybody was patient enough to hang in there, but business goes on in the house, deliveries and things that got to be tended to. So I just did that. There's a lot of stuff that I had to assist with, and got people in the house doing their own thing. Folks hurry up and pull that out. Got it going. Let me see. I got to fill up these soap dispensers. All of them is empty because we wash our hands here a million times a day. All right, y'all hear that? You'll see the pinned comment, right? It says noisy, chat, silence. So right now you're hearing some noise, okay? I'm being silly, but that is the truth, though. But yeah, just think about that, though, because I got a lot of folks here that I've been, dealing with here on YouTube. And, I wish everybody the best. You know what I mean? But as I said before, it all ain't Gucci around here. Pay attention to who you're dealing with. Think about what you're thinking, and know that, you know, you can get through this, but you got to watch out, because I'm telling you, I've had people on here and in real life that let somebody ruin it for them. They have allowed somebody to ruin it for them because of hatred and, you know, stalking. You know, and there's more than one person that I've been dealing with that has this kind of stuff where they're being, you know, cyber bullied and that kind of stuff. So we got to really, I got somebody, you know, not somebody, a lot of bodies, you know what I mean, that's going through some turmoil out here on the YT. And, you know, you figure that, you know, you get on here and you should be good. No. The same people that's negative in your personal life can be the same on YT. You know what I mean? And like I said before, I really, really hope that whoever gets this thing started here, that they do it the right way, because I tell you, you can play yourself like a fiddle when it comes to this stuff like this. I think a lot of people don't trust and believe what I'm saying, but you can watch out for the burnout and see what people are not realizing either. I hope I'm not talking too much and there's anybody here or anybody might be gone. Oh, Mr. Cat came through. He said, okay, here we go. Here we go, because these guys here, I think sometimes, okay, let me see something. Oh, Frugal Mama. Hey, what's up, girl? But yeah, like I said before, you can tell, because it most likely, like on here on the YT, people be where they want to be. You know what I mean? Because I've been watching this too, and there's a lot of people on here that perpetrate the fraud, if you know what I mean. They like to pretend that they got your back when they really don't. They just want to build up something so that you can rock with them. And they make it look good, but it ain't really good, because you can tell, you know what I mean, by a lot of people. Because I feel like this, be where you want to be. You know what I mean? We don't need no great pretenders. You understand what I'm saying? I stopped believing in Santa a long time ago. You get what I mean? Easter Bunny. Come on, let's think about it. Ain't nobody playing no games here. And you don't have to be anywhere, because I got quite a few people that come over here and they pop in. They just want to see what you're doing. And that's it. And they really, not that, oh, I'm busy, I'm cooking, I got you playing quiet. Oh, man, listen. Let's jive that turkey, all right? Let's jive the turkey. You know what I mean? I play to win. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody got no game time. I keep telling people, y'all don't understand what's going on here. You're not living just to live this life unless you don't believe in God. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're not living just to live this life unless you don't believe in God. And see, I want to go further than that. You understand? All the way to the T.O.P. And a lot of people always point up, excuse me, oh, I'm going to heaven. They point up. No, it ain't no going up. It's going down right here. You understand what I'm saying? And when he comes through, all knees must bow on earth and under the earth. There ain't no going up. It's right here. You understand? This is going to be cleansed. A lot of people are not paying attention. Folks get on here, and I could tell the sometimey and the naysayers and the Debbie Downers and the nowhere Nates, it's fake. Watch what you're spending your time with. I also got a lot of people that just come over to your spot, because this is just a hangout spot for me. Come over just to get subscribers and run crazy. Do you know how many different people that I've had that told me, somebody said that you sent them, and I said, no, I don't do it like that. I make sure, I try my best anyway, to make sure both parties are comfortable with having a friendship. Well, I don't want anybody, no more people. I got enough subscribers already. Or I don't want to meet anybody new. You know what I mean? So we have to be careful when you jump on somebody's, especially if whoever the host is didn't tell you to go, don't do it. Because I got several people that ain't in this like we are. They're in it for a different reason, and they don't like to be bothered. They don't want to have no more than 300 subscribers because it's too much for them. They work a long shift at their jobs and their family and kids. So just let's be mindful doing that moving forward so that we'll get to where we want to be. And I promise you, you can't use nobody without using yourself. I said you can't use nobody without using yourself, because anything that you put out is obviously you're a part of it. Whether you're trying to do something negative or not, it will come back and knock on your door. It don't matter what it is. That's why I keep telling people, stop playing with it, do it, move it, live your life, and wish the best for everybody. Not just for your little family, not just for your little co-worker. You understand? My neighbor down the street, you got to be worldwide with it. You got to spread the love properly. And I think with this here, YouTube gives you the opportunity to meet people from around the world that you normally wouldn't meet, because of the fact that you don't live in Paris. You may never even take a trip to Paris. Just like I have a nice brother here that lives in Germany. And I'll probably never go to Germany, but I can live through him and enjoy it. But it has to be a connection by a real friendship. It's not just me going over there. Oh, I just want to see how their grocery store look. Oh yeah, that's it, and don't ever watch the channel again. That's not how it goes. You got to invest your time and compassion into these friendships that you're building if you're real. Now, if you want to go and play, you go to the back page. Go to the back page. You know what I mean? Or go over because I got a lot of folks on here that do what do they call that when they judge people? What's that called when they judge people? The reactors. There's nothing wrong with reacting, but if you're going to build your channel, and I'm not judging nobody because you got to look at Wendy Williams and other people that tell it like it is. They'll be your friend, but you screw up and do something, honey, it's on the news. It's just how that is. You understand? I already been there. I've done that. I promise you. I've had a big old, and I'm not bragging. I had a big old channel. Right now, this here is my hangout spot, but I had a big channel that I came through here swinging like King Kong. You feel me? And I was doing reviews on the richest famous, some YouTubers, and I was coming in. I mean, I could put a video within 15 minutes, 1,000 views, watched. You get what I'm saying? But the thing is, my life has changed, and I decided to go about it another way. It had to be. It's nobody but God that was speaking to me that you can't get on there and curse like worse than a sailor, and serve me. I promise you, there was nothing, no one else, no family that said not to do this. It was God, and that's because He wants me to serve and have different language coming out my mouth. So what I did was I was in business with some other people, and I just broke bread. You know what I mean? And at that time when I just started, I got up to like 6,000 people, bam. And then I was responsible for the content and to keep responding to comments and that type of thing. And then the people that I was dealing with, they were doing a lot of the lucrative side and the technical stuff that I don't really know too much about. And now that I've learned a little bit more about what's going on, I probably could have been getting ripped off and didn't even know it. You get what I'm saying? Because of the fact I didn't know anything about being monetized or any watch hours, none of that at that time. I'm not talking about I just learned it yesterday. I've been knowing now for some years, but when I started doing this Rruk, I never bothered to try to get monetized. I've just been having fun with everybody. You get what I'm saying? If it becomes something lucrative, hey, let's go. But I've been blessed to have, you go to college, a lot of people have stopped. I got a lady on here, they got about 10 kids, her and her husband. She's a registered nurse. Her husband is a electrician, and both of them they were able to let their jobs go that they went to college and paid for that training to do YouTube full time. That may not be for everybody, but it worked out for them. But one thing about me, unless it's something medical, which I do got medical stuff out here, in my life, I ain't gonna lie, I would stop out, working outside the house in the little business we do here. But for the most part, you don't go to college 5 or 6 years for me, I don't feel, and then got to pay that loan back and then not even enjoy it because it happens though. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people do go to college and do stuff, and then they realize that that's not what they wanted after they got into it. But I like what I do. You know what I mean? So I probably would want to keep that going. And like I said, unless it's something medical or age, that's going to be a long time for retirement. But I'm just saying, it is what it is. But I just feel that we all need to be a little bit more better at what we're doing than how we're doing it, because I'm watching. It seems like everybody just started off cool and calm, and once they started seeing a little bit of money on the table, everybody lost their mind, just gone crazy. And I don't understand, because for what I know is that most of the people that that's on YouTube already have some kind of job or career or work or something. So to get crazy like that and just lose your head over something silly, it doesn't make sense. So it's just be mindful of what you're looking for. You understand what I'm saying? Because you sit right here and think you're doing something and open the door for the devil to come right in and smack you upside the head, because you're going about it the wrong way and you're trying to manipulate and take advantage of people and play games when that's not what it is. Because I got a lot of people that I know for a fact that I had my hand in being part of what they're doing, and they got what they want and they took off, which I don't care. I'm just saying, I just know that I don't want to, be involved with somebody that's not really true to me. You get what I mean? And then I got some people even on here and in real life that I put up with a little crap for them, but after a while, it goes down in the DMs, if you know what I mean. Let's just keep it, $150 on that. You just got to know what you know and do what you want to do, but stop playing with it. You know what I mean? And then I have a lot of people that when they come over here, you can drop any link you want. You can say anything you want, like far as talking is concerned. You can come over here to let everybody know what you're doing if you want to. If you need me to pin a comment, I will do it. But I ain't playing no games. I'm not no backbiter, no two-faced, backstabbing type person. It ain't gonna go down like that over here. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are on here just to find some kind of way, because like I said, I've met a lot of people, and the only thing they're doing is just coming over here trying to find a way so that they can make some money and really don't give a damn. You get what I'm saying? Because you guys act like y'all don't know how to do YouTube without being. It's good to be with positive people, but haven't you had subscribers before you jump with a click? Do you know anything of your own about YouTube? Just like going to church, you got to know God for yourself before you join the fellowship. So everybody's running, trying to jump on something. Well, to be honest with you, I didn't do it like that. When I first started doing this, like I said, I'm not new to this. I do this. I already had a whole crowd of people. Even with my numbers that I got now, this is nothing compared to what I had. And I'm not bragging either. I'm going to tell you, I worked. You feel me? I worked for what I had, but I'm not on here just to use anybody. I had already started when I met these, certain people on here. I had already been over, 3,000 people. And I probably, since I've been doing this, I probably got maybe a good new 20 people. That's been some of the best people that I met out here on YT, but I was already Tonka built. You understand what I mean? So I stand alone, but yes, I love to, to gather with people and work as a I rock and roll this thing too. I've been doing it. This is what I keep trying to tell people. Everybody, oh, this is how you do it. Oh, this is how, well, what you was doing. Well, how did you get on YouTube and you don't know nothing? And then you're so jumped. Have you enjoyed it? Or you just came out here just to make some fake friendships and to get some money and try to play somebody and try to get over. You understand what I mean? It's like that saying they always say, how to get over somebody is to get under another. How dumb is that? How dumb is that? I mean, really. Let's call a spade. You understand what I'm saying? Let's call a spade a spade. You feel me? Come on now. That doesn't even make no sense. And I think a lot of times people don't understand that that's not a good way to do things. How to get over one is to get under another. Well, if you already been in a committed relationship and you guys are separated now and y'all just broke up, who trying to get with somebody new when you still caught up emotionally? Your physical health is a concern, especially if you've been in an intimate relationship. I don't give a damn if you was married, boyfriend, girlfriend, same-sex couple. I don't care what it is. You got to let your body cleanse. Y'all running here, jumping in bed with somebody left and right. What the hell's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Do you understand when you share body fluids, how long it takes to cleanse that out, and you can jump right from one person to another? That to get over who and where? All right, you go ahead and play that game and see what happens to you. These diseases ain't dormant. Everybody try to act like a C-19 was out here. Yeah, people still catching gonorrhea. People still catching the claps, the crabs. What are you doing? Come on now. And a lot of people laid up and nested up because of the C-19. And they got yourself in a whole lot of mess with some no good people, desperate and feeling lonely, didn't go about it the right way. You have to seek God when it comes to stuff like that you don't understand, instead of making man moves. I said man-made moves. And when I say man-made, I'm talking about mankind, us women, all of us. You get what I'm saying? Instead of jumping on that and worrying about how you're going to keep your bed warm. You know what I'm saying? You have to figure out who God is. That's what you need to do. Everybody playing with it out here. I'm telling you, stop playing with it, because I'm telling you, if it goes down, it's going down. Keep telling people that this is not a game out here. If you start inviting these people into your world, these people will stalk your whole life and take it apart. You better know who you're dealing with. And you're not famous. Just because you got a few people running up on you for YouTube, that ain't the end. You want to have fame with God, that's where you want to go at. Everybody trying to want people to praise them on here. This is not what's going on. Flip it all out on somebody. You can even tell when you watch videos, you can tell the difference of how people respond to your content you put out, then they respond to somebody else. You know why? The reason why they go flying over to the other people. You got people leaving comments before the video even start. That's because they feel that person can do something for them, which they're not doing anything that anybody else can't do. This is what I say. You got to know your do's and your who's. A lot of folks ain't understanding what's really going on out here. But what was I doing before I got on YouTube to make friends? Well, I got pen pals, I got family, I travel. You meet people outside of work and stuff. So why are you trying to act like you don't know what that is? Because you got on YouTube and you can get paid for it. So that's the only thing you're invested in it for? Everybody just keep coming and running, desperate, trying to come to somebody else's hangout spot or channel just to try to see who they can try to coop up
for YouTubers. That's not how it works to me. You get with the wrong person, you're going to play yourself. Especially when you're going in dirty hands. Ain't nobody going to clean them for you. You got to carry yourself a certain kind of way and need to stop playing with it. Like a bunch of silly kids. Anybody that I've done, I got a lot of young people on here. I mean, little girls and boys, 10, 11, 12, 8, trying to, pop up. And I always tell them, if you're old enough, be careful. You got to have a parent. So you can't come back over here, okay? Because we're grown folks and we're strangers. And we're talking things that you may not need to hear. And your parents may have not told you yet. It's be careful, sweetie. Because you can tell that as a child, especially with me. I had one of my friends that's from the Philippines. She's got a channel. And she wants me to be, like an executive mod for her because she got so many people disrespecting her. And a lot of the channels that I, went to check to see what was going on were little kids. You can see what they got, the Playhouse Club. You see a picture of them, their drawers ain't even clean. You know what I mean? Babies on here. And you think it is some old grown bully, keyboard bully, adult. Some of them are adults, but a lot of them are little kids on here playing games. So you want to watch out for that, too, that you're not subscribed to somebody's child that's sneaking and being on the computer or not supposed to be using the computer. Then they're on responding to you, and you talking about grown folks stuff. Now you done just taught somebody else's child something that they don't need to know right now, or that their parents wasn't intending on teaching them because you're so desperate for subscribers that you don't realize. And I'm not going to watch everybody's videos because you can't watch everybody's videos. Everything ain't for everybody. You know what I mean? And then to join in the clique, well, what do you call the Beyonce beehives? Huh? What about Nicki Minaj's follower? It's not just about trying to find somebody just to get on board with something just because you want to use people. You got to really mean it in your heart that you want to get involved with a club of people that are good. And a lot of people don't know that the club is good, necessary, or any club. You get what I mean? They're just desperate to try to use somebody because they want money only, money only. And that's the truth out here. I've been watching that. You know what I mean? Then I got a few that's fake on here. You get on there and you back them up, and then they got an excuse every time they come. Oh, I'm not going to be able to. You ain't doing nothing, man. Nobody want to be bothered with that. And then they see you, they run into you on somebody else's, in somebody else's live or video. Then, I was just, there ain't no nothing. Listen. Hello. Ain't playing no games. Be where you want to be. And don't give me no fake excuse. It's not, and see, people don't know how to work this thing. That's why they get caught up. You know what I'm talking about, Miss Wellness. How you doing, beautiful, frugal mama? It is so nice to see you. You've been keeping me on my grind. I've been doing my working out, and I know I may not look like it yet, but I lost 20 pounds. Thank you, Jesus, and I appreciate you, Miss Mama, keeping me on point with that positive confirmation that, you can do this. We can do all things. You know what I mean? Because that's what that is. And I promise you, a lot of people get on here with this YT stuff and they'll quickly say, I'm not taking this. Yes, you are. Because I have been bothered before. I have been rubbed the wrong way and felt bad when somebody left you a negative comment. I be watching all of this stuff. I know I can tell you how many people that killed themselves because of people being negative to them on YouTube and a whole lot of other social media. People have killed themselves because of somebody at work, a job, a friend. There's people that go postal, not just in the post office because a group of people treated them some kind of way. That's why you got to know who you are before you try to run up, before you get done up. People be playing games, and you can just tell when you got somebody that want to, announce that they're having something, but then every time they come see you, it's a different excuse. And it's not just happen to be. But see, the thing is, there's no problem with that. People going to do what they want to do. Don't get in your feelings. We say this all the time, but you will get in your feelings because you're human. You want to rock with the right people, and sometimes you got to let people know, and then sometimes you may keep your mouth closed. You know what I mean? And see, a lot of times when I get on here and I say stuff, some people are quick to, especially if it comes to church stuff. And I'm going to tell you, you can't out-Christian me. You understand? Because God told me that he was my father. So if he's my father, you a sibling, knock it off. You understand what I mean? And at the same time, I'm saying that now, then I might go in here and slip and say a cuss or get in my feelings and act a fool. But you know what I do? I repent and I turn myself around. But I'm not going to placate it. I'm not going to perpetrate, yes, sister, father, all this mess. And then you was just over here bugging out, cussing, going off. Be real about your feelings. And whoever don't accept you for who you really are, then, you wouldn't ride in with nobody no way. How you going to drive a car with no wheels? Hello? Wake up. Let's stop doing this. Stop playing the game. And then I got a lot of people, too, that I've had known on YT 3-4 years ago. It ain't nobody passed away, went in the hospital, took a YouTube break. No, they think I made a come up, so they want to come and see because they're seeing a few commercials. You know what I mean? Or that you're doing some lives. Oh, she got it going on. Let me go over there and see who she got so I can get some of her subscribers and get to it. You ain't got to do all that. Be yourself, and what's for you is for you, and what's for me is for me. I'm going to tell you one thing people don't understand. Regret and jealousy will eat your A up like a cancer. You sit back and look like a fool all you want to. If anything, watch stuff that you like to watch, chill out and do what you got to do. Even if you see somebody that got a car and you need a better car or don't got a car, why would you hate on them? You may not want to do what they did to get it. That is for them. But what you can do is use it for a positive instead of a negative, and try to hate on somebody for what they're doing when it ain't even none of your business. That's what I want to say too. People are nosy Parkers. You understand what I'm saying? Hello, Sable. How you doing? People are nosy Parkers. A lot of folks don't understand. Sometimes when you out here jumping around and getting all up into other people's business, you play your own self. Thank you so much, beautiful frugal mama. You understand what I mean? A lot of times, hey, Sydney Cat, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. But we got to stop, with these, because with me, when you see what I got up there, that we talk about all things life, I might go get into politics. I might talk about sexual orientation, and whoever don't want to hear it, it ain't nothing to disrespect nobody. Swipe, swipe, swipe it. Because this is not, I'm not living in no game. Even like as far as church is concerned, I'm not going to lie about this. I'm not going to pretend that everything is perfect. You understand what church hurt means? A lot of people don't understand what church hurt means. You get what I mean? And when you speak about that, no, all pastors is not bad. Just like we got this pastor. First of all, I don't think anybody really need to be using those names. You got to watch what you call yourself, because I'm not bowing down, kissing nobody's ring. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. The only person that I kneel for is the Lord, and the only person that's probably kneeled for me is when I was asked for my hand in marriage. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody flipping, tripping, and bugging. You get what I'm saying? We got to realize that no matter what type of religion that we have, and that's the thing. I won't even say what type we have. I would say with me, I didn't go to church to get a religion. I know people serve as Baptist, Pentecostal, and the list goes on and on. You understand what I mean? But I didn't go to church to get a religion. I attend church to serve as a fellowship. And sometimes people don't realize when two or more agree, bam. And sometimes I've served God by myself. You understand what I mean? Because he's in me, and I've sat somewhere because there was nobody else to touch and agree with, and I still was rocking with it. You know what I mean? And the way I'm talking, a lot of times when I deal with people that's into church, like I just say, if you had a church service, you at church, and then you're talking to a few of the women or men in the congregation, and you say something like, they'll ask you, so what are you doing for the rest of your evening? I said, well, I'm going to go home and chill and probably, have me a little something to eat. Well, you're talking of the secular world. We don't speak that way. You're not supposed to speak that way. I'm looking at, man, are you dead up serious? Because this is not. I'm not. This is super Christian. Super Christian. What is super Christian though? And a lot of times too, I've had older people. I've had people, different folks from churches and stuff tell me something and got me all trying to have me all messed up in the head. And that's because you don't know God yourself. But you know what? The scriptures didn't match. I said, hello. What the pastor say? The scriptures didn't match, and I read the Bible myself. That's what I said. Okay? Don't act like you don't know this. You get what I mean? This is the problem. We all like to put up a front and showboat in front of who we want to see. You know what I mean? Just like with this one pastor that I had started checking out, and I ain't gonna lie, this man here, he like me. We raw with it. He said, yeah, y'all come into church here. People want to dress up like they going to the club. And I know God says come as you are, but there's a level of respect that we all should have, especially if we know better. We do better. You come into church wearing all this tight stuff with cleavage and, thighs rubbing and bending over. You want everybody to see that, don't you? That do be what it is. And then some guy, oh, he's sharp. He got the alligator leather shoes on, a three-piece suit, and what? Is he saved? Because everybody in church ain't saved. And sometimes people don't realize if the anointing ain't on that church, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. You might as well just surrender yourself to the devil, because you're not in the church and you don't know church. You understand what I mean? The fellowship has to come to agreement about a lot of the same stuff. I mean, we may go home and practice some things differently in our house, but when you go to get your doctorate, just like when you have doctors that do a pledge to save somebody's life. Just like what we got going on right now with one of our real big famous preachers. I respect him. I hope that none of that stuff is true, because he needs his soul saved if that's the truth. If he did that allegedly. But the point that I'm trying to make is everybody's more worried about the man, what he did as a man, as if they looked at him like they thought he was God. Obviously, you expect more out of a preacher than something like that, but at the same time, it's not about just that, because he's a man and he can make mistakes too. You know what I mean? And a lot of the times people don't want to give you a chance to make mistakes because they feel that you have all the answers, which is wrong, because God uses pastors, priests, bishops, popes as a vessel to spread their word. And a lot of times you don't give them room to fall because you try to uphold them, and you're not even saying pastor, you're saying master. You know what I mean? A lot of times you're in church, you're worshiping the pastor like he God, and ain't nobody even heard you say God not a one, not a two times. You know what I mean? And that's the problem with everybody. You got to understand, I won't say everybody, a lot of people, you got to understand the pastor is not God. He's just a man just like everybody else. So when he do things, you can't get that upset about it, because you know he got to make mistakes and repent. I have a pastor that I know that I believe that he's sanctified and filled with the Holy Ghost. But he said any chance the devil attacks him, the devil be telling him, kill yourself, blow the back of your head off, die. That's it. That just because they're a pastor, it doesn't mean they get past everything. And there's nobody in this world that's going to ever live and not experience hurt. I don't care who you are. I don't care. And we don't wish none of that on young kids and people that's sick. But this is the world we live in. But see, this is not the promised land. So if you get this mixed up, them peas mixed up, paradise, promised land, you in trouble. That's where we fall out at. And you can't expect everything to go your way to consider life as the best that you want it to be, because it don't work like that. I have some things that's been troubling me around here with a little bit of stuff with family members, but I'm not going to let it take me down. I'm going to, validate it, look at it, see what it is, and put it down, because I got more important stuff to have on my mind than some petty stuff like that. We have to remember that we got to accept the things that we can change, and accept the things we can't change, and change the things that we can. And sometimes you can't do it all, and you have to be grateful that you're doing. Because I know with me, I just don't want to be here and just waste my time and not really have God in my life, Okay, who is that on here? I'm sorry, y'all. Top of the morning. Wow. Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good one. I thank you so much for stopping in. I'm just talking like how I usually do. No shade there. And like I said, I'm going to be transparent about myself, because I ain't playing no games here. This is not, no easy street that you're playing. Everything is a silly, silly mess. Everybody running around here like they fools, caught all up, running crazy out here in the streets, hurting people, harming people. Everybody jumping around over other people's heads, trying to get the first in line when there ain't even nothing up there waiting on you. You go up there then to be the first one to get shot and knocked out because you're so desperate and working with greed that you don't even see what's really going on. Be careful. Stop playing with it. Everybody need to take it easy. Thank you so much, Rob. I got your back, bro. Just trying to keep it real, though. And see, one thing people don't realize about keeping it real, you have to shed some truth on what's happening, though. Even when we speak about positivity, you have to speak on the negative. There is not love without hate. Love and hate can never be friends. You hear me? I said love and hate can never be friends. A lot of people don't get that because they're so caught up. Oh, well, you talking negative now, and we're vibing positive. Man, get up out of here. You ain't vibing no positive. The way you flipped out, you thought nobody seen you. God did. You were upset. You were upset. Yes, you are. You realize you lost your wallet. How did you feel? And those are serious things. I'm just saying. You got up this morning, you want to have a cup of coffee, but you didn't have no creamer for the coffee. You got mad, a little irritated. Let's keep it real. Stop, positive. Yeah, that's what we're saying that. But you have to process the negative to get to a positive. You know what I mean? And like I said before, a lot of y'all folks out here, y'all already know what were you doing when you first got on, before you got involved in any group, any clique. Did you know anything about YouTube? Or are you just joining a group just to use people, just to build yourself up? You don't know how to do that on your own? Because I promise you, I got on here and I worked. Like I said before, I'm not new to this. I do this. There's nobody that can lift me up higher than God, first of all. And secondly, I have self-respect. See, before, I didn't know my self-worth. A lot of stuff as far as God is concerned, I wasn't trained with none of that either, but I made sure I seek, and I've been finding. But and once again, here on YT, it's good to have a nice group of people, but there's nobody on YT that's really doing anything as far as getting subscribers and people to join them that anybody else can't do. You just have to pay attention instead of jumping and clicking with everybody. I don't do that. I like to evaluate people first before I jump into it, and then if they get a little sketchy, a little shaky, I like to do it moving. But I am going to talk about everything, good, bad, ugly, in between, upside down, around. Because if not, I can't do this. I can't do this as I'm going to lie and pretend like everything is so cool. And then other people that know you in your personal life know you ain't SHIT. Yeah, I said it. Okay? People know who you really are. And you get on and you're trying to perpetrate a fraud. Just like with me, once I come to camera, this thing going to blow up. I'm going to tell you that right now. If one person you recognize who I am because of what I got going on in my personal life, they're going to come with it. They're going to bring the devil, the pitchfork, and the whole nine, and I'm going to be sitting right here. You can't break me, so you're just going to make me famous. Even if it's coming from a negative place, unfortunately, that's how people like to do here on YouTube. Whenever you got a beef with somebody, they'd like to run backwards and forth. And by then you get so many clicks and views. If you want to be monetized, you will. If you don't, you will. You get what I'm saying? Come on. I ain't got time for this. I keep trying to tell folks it ain't going to be just like right now. Any of you guys on here and y'all got your channel. How do you think the people that's with you right now, if somebody came and said, well, he used to be a pedophile back when we was in our 20s? Okay, just like what's going on with this pastor. Allegedly, they're saying that he's been into doing some stuff here, and everybody now is divided. Just like when you get ready to vote, everybody get divided because they worry about your business, who you decide to pick to run the country for you. It ain't nobody's business. He said he will go anywhere for the negative. Yes, for the negative attention. And see, and that's the thing that I keep saying. A lot of folks don't realize all money ain't good money. And if you don't keep it real, you ain't rocking no damn way. I don't care how you play this. And this is what I keep telling these clowns out here. Folks think that they can get on here and do whatever they want. But what they don't realize is that you can create all kinds of different channels and stuff. But once you soil and get, when you get yourself monetized and you soil that, you can't use that social security number again. Hello, people ain't saying everything. You get what I'm trying to tell you? You get on here and you get monetized and you mess yourself up where you get banned from YouTube. You can't go and just create another channel to be a weirdo and a troll. You're not going to be able to get monetized again. You're going to have to do it through your mama, your aunt, your girlfriend, your cousin, because you done played yourself. Social security numbers don't change. Hello, I said social security numbers don't change. People don't understand that you can get shut down, kicked out, knocked down. You got to get yourself together and stop trying to get on here too and use people for something that you can do yourself. Sometimes it's about us doing what we need to do ourselves instead of trying to use somebody else. You got to take a look at yourself. Look at yourself and say, well, you know what, damn. And I do it all the time because I know that I'm processing right now. So with me saying what's really going on, I have to. He says, I've ignored and I think I got the message. See, that's what I'm saying, Rob. I know what you're talking about. Mine is going to be crazier than yours, I guarantee you. Because right now I already got my stuff in legally. So anytime people get them silver bracelets behind doing something, you already know what I'm talking about. And I tell you, I'm not a victim, I'm a victor, but I'm gonna keep it real. It's about to go down because I'm getting ready to take this mask off and do my thing. Ain't gonna be too much time where I'm gonna be able to say where I'm at, and it may not pinpoint exactly everything. That's why I don't do any interviews with myself unless I can speak to somebody ahead of time and tell them what questions that I can answer only. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm talking about? Because I had to do it. It got crazy. People doing all this stocking and whack stuff. I'm talking about physical stuff, doing stuff to people's cars, bugging all out where you got to move, change your life, change your name, all that. It's crazy. You get what I'm saying? All that ish is crazy. But it is the real world. You know what I mean? When you run across the wrong people, especially when folks don't pay attention to, a lot of this crap comes from having sick exes, some fake hater female friends possibly, or male friends, and the list goes on. And what they want to do is stick by your life just to keep you ruined and remind you of who they are. And I just had somebody infiltrate my camp probably about maybe 2 weeks ago. Somebody was able to get information from somebody and tried to contact folks. And that started this whole thing back up again that I was trying to get under control. Because if you would see the paperwork that I got on this stuff here, it's crazy. You know what I mean? But at the same time, yes, leaking numbers. Yeah, people that you think that got your back is pretending to be cool with you, and that's what I've been noticing too. That's that real fakers, them third party people. And I always tell anybody, if you have to take something, if it gets that bad that you have to take it to court, please make sure that when you file in your paperwork, you get the third party as well too, because a lot of times folks will be having other people do their dirty work for them. And to keep their hands clean because they know that it's them, or they got in trouble before, they may be on probation, whatever the case may be. Please make sure that it's about the people.
I was connected with before. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about because they're sickos. And the thing is, they're trying to destroy. So if they see you got a whole bunch of people that got your back, then they try to come in because they don't be bothered with them. So they figure they're going to ruin it for you in the future and keep everybody, negative and, disrespectful towards you because that's what it is. That's some sick mess there. And I thought that stuff we was talking about, bro, was bad. Mine is way worse. Like I told you, mine is, and I don't want yours to get there because see, one thing people don't understand, folks get folks get physical because of stuff. Hello, National Park Princess, how are you? I'm glad you could stop by. I thank you so much for coming. Bless you, and I hope everything is going well. We just chatting it up about all the creeps that we got out here in the world, the creepers. Because there's a lot of them out here that are trying their best to take folks down. And I tell you, that's the reason why I'm not on camera. I got a lot of whack stuff going on. A lot of whack stuff going on. And I tell you one thing, I'm about to come out swinging though. You know what I mean? And like I said, whoever want to stand with it, they can stand. If they want to fall, they can fall. You know what I mean? Because I'm not finna try to get out here and beg nobody to stick with me because you don't even know what you're talking about. You just, paying attention to some kind of bully or dysfunctional person that done popped up on my page and said something negative, and then all y'all that's been rocking with me want to run and hide somewhere like you don't know who I am and like I ain't already told you. And whoever want to run, scatter along. I'm gonna make it even faster. I'll give you a car, whip it and whip it good. You get what I'm saying? I don't care about none of that. Anybody that want to come like a punk in the lane like that and want to flip out, just like with this pastor, allegedly, all of the stuff that they said that he's going through right now, whether it's real or not, there's going to be people that's going to take a side. And with him, because he going to be able to figure out if he know that he really didn't do it, but you can't prove it, he got to see who's really standing with him while he's going through the trials and tribulations before they dump him as if they believe what's said and ain't nothing been proven in a court of law and there has not been no proof. So how are you going to turn on somebody? How are you going to turn on somebody? And then what does true forgiveness mean, though, for a lot of us as people? What does true forgiveness mean? Do you forgive somebody and really, really keep it in the back of your mind? Oh, they trash. I don't know if I trust them. I don't know what's going on with this. This might be. What do you really feel? You know what I mean? And then do you feel that if a person has served their time for a crime, do you forgive them, or do you know that some stuff like we say with perverts, and no disrespect, how many people are cool with forgiving somebody that's done something against a child? Now I'm gonna tell you. Now let's be real. Let's be real clear on this. A lot of people are gonna tell you, "Oh, that person need to be buried. That person ain't no good." But how many people you know that it's your son, your brother, your uncle, that people are not able to let that go that easy? You get what I'm trying to tell you? I'm going to tell you now, because you got to remember, anytime you go to a court proceeding, you can even set in, yeah, it is sick. They are sick. And you got to look at it for what it's worth. Anytime you go into a court proceeding, whether it's your family or you just want to go in the courtroom to be nosy and just sit up there and learn about cases. You get what I mean? Because I had to do that job pertaining that we weren't, the jurors, but we had to go in because it was part of our training. And you watch what's happening once they tell you, just say we're going to use a child to get people, to see what I'm talking about. The child has been bothered by a person for 3 years in their life, whether it's a family member, a stranger, or whatever. And while you're sitting in court, you're going to have all these people, because a lot of times they don't have the kids in court, so the kids that was assaulted, but you're going to have the child's mother and other people say how they feel, and people want to get in there and fight. And you know how many people you're going to have on the side of the pervert? His mother's there, his wife is there. Well, he got sick because he was on drugs. He was never like that before. We got 2 kids, and if he does his time, I'm going to stick by him because he's my son. He's my only child. You got to remember, everybody don't believe what we believe. If we all feel like, not all of us, but some people feel that if that person's a pedophile, I don't think they need to ever get out of jail. I don't think that they could ever recover. I don't think that they can do their time and be all right. And then you're going to have a whole bunch of others over here that's saying that they believe in him because it's their family member. And then you got the naysayers. You get what I mean? This gets crazy. And a lot of people don't want to believe that. You know what I'm saying? I got so many people right now that I know
personally and otherwise. Just like this one lady, we're starting this again, y'all. Whoever don't like what I'm saying, no disrespect, you can swipe off, because I said we talk about anything from the rooter to the tutor. You got this woman here. They were doing interviews with women well, not just women, people, kids that got killed by the cops. So they want to do this Black Lives Matter, right? Black Lives Matter situation, okay? I don't rock with that, because they're all killing each other, and then they want to say something because somebody of a different color step in. That's racist right there. Anytime when you discriminate to somebody, it doesn't mean just because of color. It could be because somebody's handicapped, because somebody's poor, or it's a group of y'all that's some ignorant people that are trying to hurt somebody. Thank you so much, National Princess. So you look at it, for what it's worth. This lady was doing the interview, right? And they said that, they said they were going to be interviewing her mother, and that she feels that her son was shot because of, racial guidelines. Okay, now just think about it, because of race. Now, first of all, this guy, I don't even know if he was about 27 years old. He goes into a bank to hold the bank up. They got everything on camera, no messed up vision of it, no sound is off, clear, nothing blurry. The guy comes in the bank, comes in automatically. First, he comes in with the mask and over his face, not the mask that we're wearing for the C-19 and all that, another type of mask on his face. He gets in the bank, and, he goes into the first person and say, fill this bag. You know what I'm saying? At this point, everybody's nervous. You know what I mean? Everybody's nervous. And then, the one person that he went to, which was a bank teller, she started putting the money in the bag, and then he's pointing to everybody, put the money in the bag, put the money in the bag. Okay, he said, Master, yes, sir. You know what I'm talking about, Rob. So they're doing what he says, and he still shot like 3 of them, right? So at this point, somebody done pressed that little magic button. You know how they have the button there, and then some customers and slid out the door. Somebody called. They either rung the magic button that calls the cops there, but somebody called. So as soon as the cops come in, the first thing they're telling him, put the gun down and put your hands up. Sometimes they'll say put the gun down and lay down. This guy starts shooting at like 2 or 3 cops, right? So then his mother, the first thing she's crying, oh, they shot my son. They were Caucasians. They shot my African-American son. He didn't do anything. My son's dead. Didn't you just sit here and watch the video, ma'am, that your son is a gangster, a killer? And you trying to blame that on race just because those officers that came, they happened to be Caucasian, but if they were any other race, they would have shot his butt because he was shooting at them. This was not no Black Lives Matter. What do you mean Black Lives Matter? I thought everybody matter. All lives matter. How do you stand on that principle? And we're watching the video with her, and if you would have seen the kind of cry that she had, she was down with her son. She felt like he didn't do anything wrong. He did. He never stopped. He shot like 3 people in the bank, shot 2 officers, and you still saying this is on the principle, Black Lives Matter. And just like with this Floyd stuff, everybody was talking about they didn't like the man had the knee on the man's neck. Well, why do y'all keep saying that? Don't let me come over there and bust it up, man. You want me to put my knee on your neck? Y'all making that a joke, and somebody got, harmed in that manner, but then you want to turn it to a racial when you're the one that's prejudiced. This is what I keep saying. Folks keep talking about it, and certain races of people treat each other worse than anybody, but yet they want to put a name on it. Just like when people got that N, they use that N word to represent each other. But if somebody else say it to them from another race, it's racial now. Don't use it then, because the definition of it is still the same. It doesn't matter what color or race person is that says it. It's still a negative word in a way. I mean, I know some people it's cool because I done said it before. I got people, we dap up, yo, what's up, my N? Come on, let's keep it real. But I decided that I didn't want to use it because there was too much controversy behind it, and I could greet people of whatever in a different way. But we got to pay attention to that, because that's that fool mess. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Just like, a lot of people look at folks and they just assume what color you are just because of your skin tone. They don't have no idea where you come from. You can have a baby right now of any race, and you bring them to another country to be raised, and they're going to come out just like that. Just like that. Just like I keep telling people, if you notice with us from different people, different races, I don't care if you Vietnamese, American, Jamaican, it doesn't matter what your race is. And if you speak another language, if you have dogs and cats, birds, they're all going to understand what language you're speaking to them, because they learned because they was raised up in the house. You get what I'm saying? Hey, Squirrel, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. I had just I missed your live, and I watched the replay, and I enjoyed it. You and Steven. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you, and I'm so glad
so many of us has made it to the new year, because I promise you, we all are fortunate, because there's a lot of people that didn't make it. I already got a whole bunch of people that I see already, not just famous people, that passed away already in the new year, and we're only 8 days in. Come on now, that shows you a lot. We're lucky. You know what I mean? Lucky for us to be here and to be standing. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, as I was saying, we all have to pay attention to this thing here, because I'm going to tell you this, and I say this all the time, and y'all probably hear me say it again, because I'm a repeat offender. Anything that I think is positive that I can share, or stuff that I'm learning, I'm going to put it out there. It starts off like this: Happy Halloween. Okay, what happens in between? Happy Thanksgiving. What happens in between? Merry Christmas. What happens in between? Happy New Year. What happens after the New Year? Everybody got their face on when they're out. I done ran into people that I seen just for Halloween, and in between, before the next holiday come up, which is, Halloween is not a big holiday like that, but y'all understand it's reserved. It's noted. You get what I'm saying? People won't even speak to you. I've had people that you work with, and then when it comes time to voting, if they see you at a podium, or if you're wearing a pin supporting a different party than them, they want to start acting some kind of way towards you. A lot of this is fake. A lot of this is fake. That's why I keep saying, watch who you're dealing with. I'm doing fine, thanks. You're welcome, Squirrel. I'm glad to hear that you're doing fine. You, the wife, and the family. I appreciate you stopping by. So you got to look at it, how people change up on each other because of stuff like that. I remember bringing a couple of people, because of some type of work I do, bringing them so that they could vote. And because I had to be on this side where you vote for a certain party, I seen some people in there that I know that I ran into after that wouldn't even speak to me again, because they assumed that I was voting for another party when I wasn't even at that time voting at all. You don't know if I'm independent. You don't know if I don't vote at all. You don't know what it is, but you're quick to judge, because you think you God. You can't. This is not working. I keep trying to tell people, if you mind your own business and do what you need to do, that's the best thing for you, because sometimes your life is messed up because you got your nose. What happened to Pinocchio? His nose grew every time he told a lie. So anytime you see him, the bigger it get, the more happens. And somebody was just telling me too that what keeps growing on your body too, that never stops growing, they said, is your nose and ears. But I'm just saying, in general, people get turned up with each other. Or if you talk about sexual orientation, and I remember somebody said they did a live. They did a live. Oh, thank you, Rob. She said I have to go. Yep, have a good one. Take care, Princess. Thanks for coming by. But yeah, we just got so much stuff here that it's hard to get it all out, because it's a crazy mess that pops up here and there in our lives, where we all, every time you turn around, something else is happening, and you got to realize how to deal with it. And a lot of people, like I said, just because I'm on this, on here talking, a lot of stuff that I'm saying, a lot of people may not want to hear it, don't want to hear it. It may be a trigger for somebody, so I'm not coming off in a disrespectful way, but I feel like this: if it's something that that bothers you, bye-bye, no shade. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. This ain't for you. I get it. But at the same time, we live in this life, though, and there's only so many secrets that you can have, and your secrets will make you sick. But at the same time, if you don't like it, go ahead and do what you're doing. But I'm going to talk about anything I want to talk about, not just because, oh, well, this is your spot, this is your channel, it ain't got nothing to do with that. Because if anybody right now say to me, listen, Rruk, what you're speaking about, I want to chill with you, but that's a trigger for me, I'll stop then. I can do that too. But if I'm flowing and rolling, I'm going to keep rolling. We got a lot of stuff that's going on here where people, discriminate against each other. And it's not just, and what I don't like is that I know this was a heavy saturated thing due to people's races. I understand that. But the thing is, I've seen people get discriminated against because they were in a wheelchair. Because of, they didn't have certain money and clothes. I've been in school where people, if you're not, on a cheerleading team, people got something against you. You know what I mean? He says, got to go, Rruk. Train is about to go. All right. Have a good one. Have a blessed day, and I really appreciate you. You know what I'm talking about, Rob. Folks will put you in the box. I thank you so much for coming through, man. And I hope you have a good day at work, and God bless you, and keep on keeping on. Ain't no stopping. We're here. You know what I mean? And it's going down. Be good. Stay positive. That's how that go. And I wish you the best. Thanks, bro. But yeah, y'all, it's just we live in a very, very controversial society, you know? And we just gotta just keep doing what we're doing. Cause I want people to understand that I'm not here to play no games, but I want to talk about it. I want to talk about everything. You understand? And that's one thing about me. I don't know if you know, put it this way. If you got a chance to be able to be real and care about people, but you don't know nothing, how can you help them? And I'm talking about we're going into people's sexual orientation, all of that kind of stuff. You get what I'm saying? And like I said, allegedly with this bishop, that what he's going through, I think he is an awesome man, and I respect his stuff. But what I do is I don't just take, you know, with me, I'd like to be considered as a Christian, even though I'm probably not where I need to be. But I'd like to just say Christian or a believer or a walker, and just leave it at that, because there's something Jehovah Witness people say that I like. I love the Muslim Malcolm X, Farrakhan. Oh boy, listen to me. I'm telling y'all. There's a lot that I've learned from Pentecostal, because they walk different ways, but it's only one God. And there's nothing wrong with walking different ways, as long as you don't disrespect anybody for who they believe in. Or just like this lady I met here. I've been meeting a lot of people, it seems like, with this stuff at Walmart. I mean, not Walmart. Yeah, Walmart. And she was trying to muscle me into going to her church, and I didn't understand, because I'm looking at her. If you're part of the congregation, I definitely would not come in the door. If that's how, if they act how you act, that's not what I'm going to church for. That's not what I'm trying to do. And she just kept telling me, and then she, you know, we was talking there, you know, before, and she just kept trying. And then I told her, you know, amen, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Oh no, that's bull. We don't use that in our church. We don't do no three persons. We don't do none of that. This is, and well, who are you talking to, first of all? Okay, I'm not saying you doing it. This is what I believe in and what I'm speaking. Do you understand? You know, and the thing is, there's nothing wrong with her way either, but she couldn't tell me that I was wrong either. And see, that's what I'm saying. You disagree to, you know, and come to an agreement. There's nothing wrong that she didn't feel the same way as I. I met a guy in Walmart. He works there too, and he said to me, he says, yeah, he's no. I was looking at some meat, and I've been trying to read my ingredients, the calories. Y'all know how that go. And he said, "Is there anything I can help you with?" I said, "No, I'm good." I said, "How you doing?" He said, "I'm good." I said, "Well, have a blessed day." Oh, he said, "You are a believer?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, I'm going through something right now in my life." He said, "I'm a Jehovah Witness, and my son's in the hospital, but I'm not allowed to give him blood, and we're not allowed with our faith to take any type of donation blood. We just can't do it. If God meant for him to live, he's going to heal him, and he's going to be all right. If not, that's God's will. He can't get a transfusion." Now, in my mind, first of all, it's none of my business to judge him, but I know in my mind that and I would want to give the transfusion for my family, but he decides not to. That's not my business to judge him, to tear him down, to get mad at him because of a choice that he decided to make. That don't have nothing to do with me. That's his. Everybody has their rights. Just like with this one pastor too, y'all. I don't know what to do here, y'all, because he got me going back in the book again, like I didn't read right or I didn't comprehend. But I promise you, he don't believe in all that New Testament, Old Testament, One Testament. That's how he get down. And the stuff that he's been showing me, and I've been looking in the Bible, I promise you, and he has been able to stand up to the word has been in the Bible. I've been able to find the scriptures and stuff that I've been living by and studying myself, that I didn't even know that part of it was there, and I haven't been doing that part, and I may not. You see what I'm saying? Please listen to me, y'all, and understand. I may not. You get what I'm saying? I mean, he goes into a deep of, you're not supposed to get tattoos. Women are not supposed to be wearing earrings, jewelry, wigs, lipsticks. They can't wear nothing above their knee. And even if that is it might be, all of that might be the right way to go, but I just don't, some of the stuff I don't agree with. And it's not that he's wrong or I'm right. It's our business to make our choice, just like our Fifth Amendment. Like we have a right to vote. All of that stuff is a personal choice. You have to know God for yourself, so that when you're serving him, you know what works for you. Just like, and listen to me, please, I don't want nobody to misunderstand me. I would never disrespect anybody. But with this C-19, I promise you, I never took off my mask.
Me and my family, we don't. Now, I'm not going to lie, when I finally went, because we didn't do nothing the first year, everything was telehealth the first year. But if we had something medical, we would have went in, you know what I mean, emergency, we would have went in, whether it's dental, teeth hurting or whatever, or some physical procedure, we would have went in. But for the most part, the only time even with my annual, since this happened, I have only opened my mouth for my doctor and, wanted her to have a mask on or him to have a mask on. While when I open my mouth, you could look in right quick, and that was it. That was it. Dentist, we finally went for a cleaning. You get what I mean? And that wasn't, that was within the next 6 months when the C-19 hit. But what I'm saying is when we go out the house, we wear masks everywhere. We wear masks. Anything that comes in our house, cleanse everything. I don't care. You name it. I don't care if you're talking about a Barbie pin, a box, cleanse. And you know why? Because we should have been doing it anyway, first of all. I sat back and I watched this, and I promised myself and me and my family, we all sat down here together, that we weren't going to let this C-19 be all negative. We were going to take some positive stuff from that, no matter what that may be. You get what I'm saying? Find it, search and seek. But first of all, if you look at what God is saying, and what plagues has already been out here, you have the strength to survive whatever, if that's what's meant for you. And once again, too, I'm learning about death. People don't want, this is real hard. I don't care what I'm saying. Getting that predicament and fall apart, I've been there. And it probably can happen again. But I know that when I meditate and I walk in the Word, it gives me clarity. Because you ever notice when people have funerals and stuff, they said, though I walk through the shadow of death, I shall not fear. Though I walk. You understand? Because thy is with me. Do you understand what that means? You came in here alone. I don't care if you're a Siamese twin. You have your separate soul. A Siamese twin is connected. You get what I'm saying? You have your own soul. And at those times, people don't realize, even when we all pass, this is not something everybody's coming with you. You're by yourself. You're by yourself. You don't bring nobody with you. When you meet the Father, and once again, the comfort that I'm speaking about is to be absent of the body is to be present with the Lord. To be absent of the body is to be present with the Lord. You get what I'm saying? So why should you have any fear? Because you're allowing the flesh to control you. That's what I'm saying. You do not make a head decision with your heart, and vice versa. That's the thing, and it's hard. I'm gonna sit up here and tell you, I'll go in here and lose it again. You understand what I'm saying? It's that time of the year of somebody's birthday, and you know that God has strengthened you, and it's been 15 years, and you'll break down like it's brand new all over again. God says, I heal all wounds. They say when you die, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, but God will give you beauty for your ashes. Unless we learn this, we can't live right. We're not going to get nowhere. But if we be responsible, proactive, make mistakes and repent and get up and do it again, that's the best action that I know of, because there's no way that I can do it any other way. There's no option. And I've been learning because I want to be able to take deaths a little bit more easier than what I have. And I always feel that, with that, no matter what training that I'm trying to have and religion and what I'm working on, I think when somebody dies in your life that it's going to always hurt some. But he may not get you out of that feeling, but he will get you through it. You know what I mean? And that's the thing that I'm learning, to be absent of the body is to be present with the Lord. And if you're not understanding the Holy Spirit, then this won't work for you. Because the body is not the Holy Spirit. That's not what this is all about. Just like you got people around here that got cancer, missing a leg, blind. The spirit doesn't have cancer. The spirit is not missing a leg. You understand? That's why we cannot see God with the naked eye, because this is something, you understand? And even when first of all, we behold something greater than ourselves, which is God. But when you become a parent, behold something greater than yourself. Behold something greater than yourself. You get what I'm saying? These things have to change. Just because your body delivered a baby, you got together with this egg and some fluid and made a life, it doesn't make you a parent. There's way more to it than that. And a lot of this stuff that people are trying to send their kids to school to learn, you need to be teaching some of that at home, or being a confirmation for what they learned in school. Please and thank you and God, all the morals and values begin at home first. You can't get mad if your kid is not learning a certain something in school, because they don't teach that. I got family members that was graduating during this C-19 stuff, had to do homeschooling and things like that. And the thing is, they don't teach you how to balance no checkbook. They don't let you do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag in places no more. They don't let you do no honor of God anymore. So what you got to do is you got to do it at home, so when they get out, they're bulletproof. They're Tonka built, because you've already taught them. You can hold the baby in your arms that's about 6 months old, And that baby can start pulling at your necklace and your earrings. And what do you say to the baby, whether it's a boy or girl? Stop, Jack. Don't pull auntie or mommy's earrings. Stop, Sandy. Don't pull my chain. You're teaching them right there. Yes, no. And then when they start walking, what do? You got to clear stuff away because they're going to get hurt. And how many times a day do you say to a child that's starting to learn the house, even if your animal, dog, cat, no, get down from there. Don't touch that. Stop before you fall, because you're teaching them. So how you expect the school to do anything when you're supposed to start this right at home? And then when it comes to kids, a lot of people don't want to talk about when you teach the kids, when you potty train them. You're teaching them about the good touch and the bad touch. Why do you teach them about that? Because you know that there's evil in the world. So if you can't speak about nothing but saying stuff positive when you speak about the Bible, you're a lie. You're not being truthful. All the stories in the Bible are not about fun and game and laughter. What did God tell Adam and Eve when they were, in the garden? What did he tell them? What did he tell Noah about the ark? This is the stuff that I'm seriously talking about. What happened to the people that weren't true believers and didn't make it on the ark? They died. So why aren't we speaking about that? Why are we only telling the fun stories? Just like, he was telling Jonah something, and Jonah didn't listen. He kept saying, go to Nineveh. He kept telling him. He didn't listen, and guess what he had to do? He got swallowed by a whale. And he had to be put where he needed to go. All these stories in here is not a game. Just like King David and Bathsheba, what was that story all about? The lust demon. You lusted after somebody else's wife. Why don't we speak about that though? Oh yeah, they built their ark and they got it out. No. Let's go about the Decepticons, the deceptions. What are we saying about any of that stuff? You can't just make everything cushiony just because you're talking in your whole talk about God is only positive stuff, which it is. But I'm saying we're not telling the truth about when we speak about the stuff that's in the Bible that's already came to pass. Do you honestly think the pedophiles is just starting now in the 20th century? I mean, that's when it started? People killing, stabbing, and hurting people. Moses killed somebody and God still used them. That's the point that I'm trying to make. People need to stop trying to make everything cushiony. Even with me, when I look at the Bible, I want to know what happened. Not just all the good times. I want to know what happened. What happened over there in Sodom and Gomorrah? And then, like I said, with this pastor, and then, and this rubs a lot of us the wrong way. If you got a certain type of lifestyle that you live, or you got people that's like this, it says in the Bible, man is not supposed to lie next to man. What do you feel about that? Let's be honest. Your own personal self. Straight, bi, whatever you want to call it. What do you feel about the community? Well, what I feel, it's not none of my business what a person decides to do with their intimate life. As long as they respect me, I respect them. I support everybody. But in the Bible and with this new pastor that I've been watching, you're not supposed to be a part of that in any kind of way. Or what do you do if you got a change in life? You've been married to a man 15 years and now you're looking over at this chick. What do you do? For real, come on. Let's stop. Let's stop not acting like we can't talk about it. Come on. What do you do? What do you do? One person got, oh yeah, this was some time back when I had this actual channel. Hello. Thank you for coming, Joy. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. You're awesome. Yeah, I just keep on looking at this stuff. What do you do? Well, this person got on. We were talking about this. This is my, when I had an actual channel, because this right here is like a hangout spot. But when I had an actual channel, and we dove into this, and I was talking raw then. My tongue was cussing worse than a sailor. But anyway, this person got on and said, well, I got 4 kids, and all of mine is straight, so I ain't got to worry about it. Okay, you said that, but after knowing you a couple of years, your grandkids started growing up. What happened through that? You seen it in that, didn't you? You see what I'm talking about, right? You got a transgender granddaughter now, you see? So let's stop. Let's stop judging people, worried about somebody else's business. And how can you not support your own family? But this man says, I'm telling you, if y'all see this pastor, my goodness, y'all, he go in on anything like that, and any kind of stuff when it comes to women, men. Men ain't supposed to be wearing sneakers and jeans. You got to cover up the majority of your body. You can't be around people that somebody that may smoke a cigarette. Even if it's like at work, that's different. You can go in there and don't get involved with them, have lunch with them, or don't have no private time. But you can have some kind of relations with them. But for the most part, you're not allowed to have anything to do with any of these people that's not living by the word in the Bible. He's going to the Old Testament, the old school ways. And see, my thing is, he's able to find testaments in there, scriptures
to back up what he's saying. But at the same time, what do you feel if you don't believe in that? Do you feel that that's going to be the right church home for you to have? Hey, Patty, how you doing? Hello, honey. That spaghetti got me thinking. She said, and I didn't use no hamburger meat either. She used them sausages, and that's something that I've been having on my mind, Patty, since you had made that video. And now you got me wanting to probably make that for some dinner here, a different kind of way without ground beef and without any turkey meat. I am so glad that you could stop in, Patty. I really appreciate you, and I love your channel, my darling. You are awesome. All y'all awesome. I thank you so much for coming. Aw, I'm glad you're doing well, Patty. How's mom doing? But yeah, and I keep saying, what do you do though? And what I was looking at is now when I say this, I always say, she said, listen to the word and follow my. Yes, frugal, please. This is why I keep saying it. You got to know yourself. You got to know, yes, ma'am. Oh my gosh, I knew you would respond that way because Patty probably feel the same way too because we've been talking. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Oh my goodness, Miss Frugal, you just blew it right up. Yes, ma'am. That's that's what I'm talking about because you got to know, you got to have some kind of insight and some sense yourself. It can't be left up just to a pastor only. You get what I mean? It has to be something in you. You can't just go. That's why I keep telling people when you decide to join a fellowship or any kind of situation that's pertained to anything, especially God in church, you got to know some stuff before you go in. Because I'm telling you, with this pastor, honey, let me tell you, a lot of stuff that he's saying, I'm not on that path, and it's not that he's wrong or that I'm right. It's just that I don't get down like that. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. I can't. That is just way more than what I want to, do. That I see God telling me to do. Just like with this C-19s thing, I spoke about this before. I haven't been instructed to take off no mask. I don't feel that anybody's graduated from COVID college, and ain't nobody injecting a whole bunch of hoopla and a hoopop on me. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Hey, watch it. And that's not no problem. There's a lot of women. There's a big coalition of women that I met many moons ago that don't believe in getting their kids immunizations. That's not my business. But I remember back in the days coming up when they had March of Dimes and Jerry Lewis and all them fundraisers. I was young. But I remember that. And a lot of kids, was messed up because they didn't get it. And then there's some kids that didn't get it and they're perfectly fine. But that's not our business. You know what I mean? It's to each his own. But see, the problem we struggle with is people are quick to judge you if you're not following their ways. Just like with this specific pastor that I'm talking about, I'm going to be honest. I probably wouldn't be able to attend his church because the way I present myself, I don't know if I want to change who I am just to go into his church. Where I can't, I can't wear earrings, I can't wear jewelry. Well, if I do, it's gonna only be my wedding ring. And there's nothing wrong with what he's doing. It's just may not be for me. I mean, I could disrobe everything and go in there to listen to the service, but I can already hear what he's saying to where I don't want to even go in there and waste his time or mine. But he does speak a lot of good stuff, so I take that and try to match it with what I know consciously and try to do the right thing. But what I keep trying to tell people, sometimes I promise you, we got a lot here to cover, y'all. I promise you, there's a lot of stuff. Hey, Sydney, sweetie, how are you? I got a lot of stuff that I want to talk about because of the fact that if you don't know who you are, and the thing is with this pastor that I'm talking about, all of his stuff is good stuff. All of his stuff is good stuff. But the problem is that don't mean that people are not paying attention to sometimes with a lot of our pastors. Sometimes they're reading from a Bible. You ever been in, and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, y'all, I promise you, or play no games or joke with nobody, nothing like that. But have you ever been into oh boy, this is terrible to have to say this, but I got to keep it real. Have you ever been to a service and the pastor tells you to turn to a page for a certain scripture, and you go and you turn to that page, right? And you don't see none of the stuff that he's saying in there. Come on, y'all. Let's come on. Please help me, somebody. Come on, think about it. Oh, she said, I'm just waking up after watching Frugal Mama. Oh, that's so sweet. She said, I said, stay in your own lane, minding my business. Amen, Patty. Because I've had times where, you are you're reading the Bible and somebody, the pastor say, okay, I'm going to read verse so and so from Psalms, and then you go over the Psalms now,
Now, mind you, you're reading the Bible that they got, and even though you may have your own Bible, but you're reading the Bible that they got in the back of you. In the church, and they got Bibles on the back of each pew in the back, and you can grab the Bible that's from the church. And you were looking for what he says in Psalms, and you don't see nothing he says in Psalms. Do you know why? Do you know why you don't see it? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You know why you don't see it? Because he's got a self-made Bible. A lot of these pastors, that's what I keep trying to tell people. A lot of these pastors got Bibles that they make up, or they pick certain scriptures only that they want to share and make it and tweak it the way they want to be. And then by you not knowing God, you're not going to get the real true reality of what it really is and what's going on here. Just like this one guy, I don't know how to explain it, but I done ran into him twice. Every time I go to pick up prescription at the drugstore, and me and him talked deep again. We had church service right there waiting for the pharmacy to open. And he started telling me that he was attending the church, and every time the pastor would say something, he said, I get up there and tell him that, but you read that part, but that you said that was the end. But no, there's way more. There's 3 more pages to that you read. And the pastor telling him to be quiet, and you got it wrong, and you don't know what you're doing. But the guy was right. The pastor wasn't coming through properly. And he got mad about it. And he said that he ended up leaving that church because he felt that, the pastor wasn't keeping it real with him. And that he's ignoring a lot of the stuff that you should be teaching the people, because that's what being a pastor, a bishop, a monk, whatever role you want to play in the church. You have to make sure that it matches up with the scripture, but at the same time you got to make sure it's not the scripture from the pastor, because the pastor is not God. That's the whole problem that we be having with this out here trying to get right. It's because people seem to misunderstand what the pastor is there to do and what he's supposed to be in your life and what his role is when you're sitting in the church. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times people don't realize either that when you are in church, certain churches are being bought and paid for. You get what I'm saying? Certain churches are there, and they're only the pastor's only allowed to teach a certain type of service because he's getting paid. And then that's where we get mixed up as people, we get mixed up about that too, because we're in there and we're listening to the pastor, but the pastor is going by a written script, which ain't fully what's in the Bible. The pastor is going by what he's told to say in this service, and that may not be what you're supposed to hear or what you need to hear. And then you sit up in there and then you take that and you go running. She said it's important to study and read and then allow the Holy Spirit to teach you. See, that's the same thing basically what Frugal Mama was saying, and I feel absolutely the same way about that. You have to know God for yourself. And I think a lot of times, too, we can't cookie cut nothing either the way we want it to be either. We have to be guided. And we got to know the difference, though, between our thoughts and God's voice, too. Because, see, I done tricked myself up. I'm going to be raw of things that I wanted to be a certain way and want to feel like it came from God when it's just me. And you can tell because there's convictions there. And a lot of people say, well, how do you hear from God? A lot of times it's when we make mistakes. You know what I mean? Because I know I had a situation last night that involved some money. And I just felt that I had needed to, step in and say something to this person, higher above them, because of the fact that what they were doing was wrong. And a good thing that I did, because what they were doing was wrong. And then I got the brunt end of the deal. And usually I don't even go with stuff like that. I just let it go. But something just kept telling me. And a lot of times God be telling you what you need to do. And then there's some times to be quiet, because we got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. But if you don't know anything, you go out there blind, you definitely are going to get played. And that's not even just, I've even worked jobs where people were treating or having me do different stuff. And by me not knowing the word properly and all that, I end up playing myself. You know what I mean? I end up getting played because of the fact that I wasn't in the right place. And I didn't know what I need to know. So I said to myself, you know what? I got to go check this out again. She says, yes. She said, listen to your heart. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And see, that's what I'm talking about right there. You have to be, paying attention to what you know. And it's just like, too, with when you're raising kids and stuff, you have to know what you teach, when you teach them, that you know what you know first, too. Because, I'm going to give you an example. This one pastor told this story, and I thought it was so cute and funny at the same time. He said that, he was talking. He was at these people. He was at some friend's house, and they were cooking, preparing some food. And he said that when the lady started making the ham, she cut a good piece of the ham off. And he asked her, he said, "Well, why did you cut a piece of the ham off?" She said, "Because it's been a tradition in my family for years and years." So he said, "Well, can you ask, some of the older people in your family why they do that?" And when the woman asked her family, they told her because the pot that we had was too small to fit the whole ham. That's all it was. But you pass down stuff because you know not. You get what I mean? And I mean, it's not. I'm not making a joke, but I'm just saying they copied. This was supposed to be a recipe in their family to make ham, and they would cut off a piece of the ham. But back then, the person had a pot that was too small, so they had to cut a piece of ham off to be able for the ham to fit in the pot. But at the same time, they didn't know. They thought it was how the recipe go. You see what I mean? So it's very important to pay attention. And then a lot of times you got to think of, sit down and think about what you're thinking too. Because I've had situations where I realized that I wasn't thinking too good, and that's why my mood was funky. You know what I mean? Yes, yes, you know what I mean, Frugal Mama. Yes, and that's what it was all about. But they thought because it was a recipe, that was how it's supposed to be, and all the while it wasn't. You know what I mean? And that's the stuff that I realized that a lot of us have to pay attention and learn. And just like this one lady, it's another story that she said that she would always say to her husband, she'd look out the window at the neighbor. I'll just say the neighbor name is Sally, and she would say every time Sally hangs her clothes on the line, her clothes always look dingy, and she would keep running her mouth about that to her husband constantly and just keep talking about this woman. You already know what we're doing now, being nosy, running your mouth in somebody else's business. That's plainly what that is. And then one day she said to her husband, she says, okay, squirrel, drive safe and be careful. So she said one day, they said one day she got up and her husband, she said to her husband, she said, look, Sally just can't get it. No, no, no. She said, look, Sally finally got it together. Her laundry is looking good. It's nice and sparkling and clean. She finally knows how to wash her clothes. And her husband said to her, honey, I just cleaned our windows. Now, you know what that means, right? Just said, you see, that shows you. So what was the real problem here? What was the real problem? What is this telling us? You see where I'm coming from? That's what I'm talking about. The whole thing was it wasn't that the lady's laundry was dirty. It's because your thinking was dirty. Because you was watching somebody and judging somebody where you have no business, no responsibility to that situation at all. And instead of helping her, if that was a true situation, you should have said something and maybe asked her if she wanted some help instead of minding somebody else's business. He says, and a lot of people always say God told them. So I'm saying the truth. But God tells me what I need to know about me. That's what I keep saying. Just like Patty always saying to all of us, mind your own business. He said, I cleaned our windows. So what does that mean? What was she looking through? Dirty vision. It's her. She was the one that was the problem and not the lady next door. And once again, too, don't you get tired of, like, in this life, the people you want to people live in this life keep on judging other people and their lives is a wreck. You ever notice sometimes when you get yourself together out from a bunch of mess with other people, how much peaceful you are? Even if you choosing to be up in the mess and being nosy, it's still a problem. Hello, how are you today, my dear? Matt, thank you for coming. She's so sweet. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming, love. But yeah, and the whole point is that everybody is so quick to judge other people and thinking that their lives is perfect. And I keep trying to tell people what is for you, and what's for somebody is for somebody else. You know what I mean? And until we realize that, we're going to keep falling on our own sword. And nobody don't seem to get not nobody, but a lot of people don't seem to get. It's not really that hard to do. But if you're the type of person that like the drama and the foolery, then it's easy for you, because you like that and you meditate in that. But I promise you, nothing good ever comes out of nothing like that. If you keep on getting up in people's business and wishing people negative, it's gonna come back on you. I'm doing good. How are you, my dear? I'm typing into you. I hope you are doing well. I appreciate everybody. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. Matt, she's so sweet. All you guys are wonderful, and I appreciate it. But I just keep trying to pay attention to this thing here that we got going on. And you definitely have to know something before you step out here in the world doing anything. And like I said before, I know a lot of people that basically feel that everything that's supposed to be learned or that we're supposed to know is supposed to be the responsibility of someone else, when it's not. Even with kids, you always tell kids that, please, say thank you, and a lot of times people don't realize those are the simple things. But when your kids, you want the soup still too? Yeah. Even with your kids, when you send them to school, they're not gonna just learn timetables just from the teacher. You need to sit down yourself as a parent and go over it with them too. Not just to put everything off in school, because I got one person that I just got, I was talking to her about her daughter. And I told her, I said, but are you making sure? Because she said her daughter was failing. Oh, thank you so much for listening in, mates. I appreciate it. I hope I'm saying your name right. And she got a notice maybe I say what 2 or 3 weeks before graduation. She got something that was sent to her by a teacher telling her that her child was staying back in the 11th grade. And I said to her, well, how can that be true and you don't know if you are the parent? How can that be true? And she said, I don't know. I just got this letter from the school, and she said that they didn't send her no other kind of notice or explain to her of what was going on. And I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm not going to disrespect anybody. I'm just going to be 100% real. You're supposed to be all over that. If you're the parent, you're supposed to be all over that. You can't just send your child to school and not pay attention to what they learn or not learning. You got to be a part of that. This is great, but a little get tired. Oh, I know how it is when especially if you don't get that good sleep, mates. I know. I hope you get better. Get you some rest whenever you can. Because I know how that is when you're feeling tired and worn out. I hope you get some rest, my dear. But I kept telling her though, how can you have kids at any age, and especially if even when they're adults too, but mostly when they're minors, and you're not paying attention to what's going on? Why wouldn't you know that your child is failing? I don't care if they in the 11th grade, which this kid was. Why don't you know that they're not doing their work? You're the parent. And first of all, we're gonna be anybody that's a parent gonna be a parent for the rest of their life. First of all, I know kids get grown, get married, and then at some point the roles reverse a little bit, because when you start getting older, if you got good kids that you raise, or if they're decent folks, they're basically going to take care of you in turn. You get what I'm saying? But all of that is going to go back to, how you taught them, how you raised them, how you trained them. You know what I mean? And you can't say that, well, my child was failing. First of all, if you ain't even in your home and proactive in your home, that's why you don't know what's going on. Them teachers and probably, and the school them probably sent you plenty of letters and a lot of phone calls to tell you something's going on with your child. But see, you're not parenting. You're over here doing something else because that's why you don't know. And then you have to make sure that you're a part of anything. You got to make sure you're a part of knowing that your child is going to school the right way, behaving the right way, dressing the right way. I'm not saying you got to slicksters out here, kids skipping school and you don't know about it, and they intercepted the phone call and they've been watching the mail because they know the teacher's going to send a letter home. I know that all happens too. The kids can get caught up. But if you are going above and beyond the duty of being a parent, you're going to notice. You may want to just say, don't even tell your child and call up to the school and say, I want to have a teacher and parent conference to see how Michael or Sandy's doing in class or all their classes. You get what I'm saying? You can't just sit there and act like a bus just hit you when you wasn't even doing nothing but hanging out or not being a parent. Things go down like that. And a lot of people don't realize that it's on you. You know what I mean? It is on you. You have to be more careful when it comes to that kind of stuff because that's your responsibility. And and when your kid's cutting the fool, a lot of times people don't want to hear the truth about what's really happening. They just want to sugarcoat it. But are you teaching them anything? And a lot of times kids come to school with a bag of mess from your house. Just like what this girl was just saying, that her child ran away from home. No, the girl didn't run away from home. She ran away from you. She ran away from the parent. She said a lot of people always say, God told me. Yep. You get what I'm saying? And that's not what it is. Sometimes it's your parenting because you're too worried about a man getting your nails done and getting your hair done, and you ain't paying attention to what's happening in your house. She said, I heard that. Yes. Yes, about the window. Oh, you have heard it, Patty, before? Yes. Yes, the window and that. It was, yes, and it was the truth, though. Yes, it was the truth, because that's what the problem is, too. Everybody's up in everybody else's business, and they ain't got their lives together. Because I know with me, I promise you, I have changed my life to the extent that, honey, we got a compound over here. We ain't playing with it, none of us. We ain't got time to be bothered with no negative people. I don't care if it's your mama, aunt, whoever, people that's keeping up a whole bunch of junk, because I want to honestly tell you this. You can be a parent and may love your kids but don't like their personality, and some people you have to love from a distance. You get what I'm saying? Some people you have to love from a distance because you just can't have them occupying that space with the negativity. A lot of times people got family members, close family members that they have to stop being bothered with to a certain extent because it's toxic. And I keep telling people that you keep saying, oh, that's my sister, I can't just say, well, what you going to do? You going to serve your sister or are you going to serve God? Thank you so much, my dear. Oh, she said, while trying to sleep, I don't want to keep you up if you need to go to sleep. I understand. Oh, that is nice. I really appreciate you, dear. And I know we might be in different time zones. But we just, we got to do a lot better than what we're doing. Because I know for a fact that I have seen children that showed up places where they had their parents' personality. You know what I'm trying to explain to you? They're a product of their environment, so what you see is what you get. You get what I'm saying? Well, what's going on there? Well, you got little Jack here, little Sandy. They done started their first day of school, but when you meet them, they're bringing in the personality of their parents. And what do I mean? Well, what I mean is you're laying back here and you're saying, yo, to one of the kids, go and get my blunt off the dresser. Go in the kitchen and get me a beer. Well, what do you think you're teaching? She said, uh-oh, Patty removed her message. You get what I'm saying? What do you think that you're teaching? Because that's right there. That shows you right out the rip. That's really what's going on here. You're teaching the child and having them have some kind of involvement. I done missed this time. Look at that. Have some kind of involvement in their life where they're trying to figure out, well, if mom is smoking, drinking, maybe it's not bad because my mom, my dad is my bigger heroes. You know what I'm saying? And then they think, because they see that it's okay. Yes, you sure do, honey, Patty. We can sit down and write a book on that. Because I'm going to tell you something. Once I got myself together and I know what God was telling me to do, honey, I've been ghost with a lot of people and at a really good distance because every time you let them in, you know what's the hardest part? Is when you're dealing with a family member that you share with other people. Like you could have a mother or a father and y'all got a sick elderly in the family and you got to deal with the other half of the family that's trying to run it and trying to tell you what to do. When everybody is really supposed to be coming together to help that family member out, but you're going to have them ones that trying to, control everybody and tell everybody what to do, and you're trying to explain to them what would be the best.
And I remember having somebody in the family that wasn't well, and everybody went crazy around them. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people don't pay attention to that. We got a different plan here. Or what you're saying? Well, okay, mama done got sick, or daddy done got sick. What do we do? You know what I mean? What do we do to help each other out with this situation? Everybody got to come together and realize that somebody, if you ain't working that day, but I'm working this day, and what day can you go over there? But you got to remember, don't let mama trick you into eating this because you know she got high blood pressure. So when you over there watching her or sitting with her, you got to make sure she don't eat this or that. And you got to be able to agree. But when you get with family, when it comes to that kind of stuff, some people get turned all the way out. They get turned all the way out, and then they start messing around with all kinds of different problems, and then you can't come to agreements. Just like we had a family member that wasn't well, and they, how are you going over with somebody that ain't well? I don't care if it ain't nothing to do with respiratory. Why are you smoking in their house? You're dealing with a person that's, that's sick. Why are you over there smoking? And then you sit there trying to tell the family members that y'all that smoke, you can't be smoking in the daddy house, mama house, or this house, and getting into an argument over that. Well, you were supposed to be over there. Why didn't you give them a bath? How come you didn't do the laundry? Why are you letting them getting up walking without a walker? And see, it gets crazy when it comes to family and that kind of stuff like that. You know what I mean? So, and once again, blood ain't always thicker than water because a lot of us got family that ain't really, really family. You know what I mean? It's just a title on something that the definition is not defined properly. You may hold up your end, but everybody in the family ain't holding up their end. And then you get a big falling out over that. Even too, when people get married, there's a lot of stuff that we all got to look at before you jump into these things because of the fact that you may have got a few things clear, but you ain't got everything clear. And what does that mean? Well, you're saying different stuff like where we going to get married at, where we going to live at. Do you like cake? No, I like pie. That's not, man. That ain't. Listen, you do that, you definitely ain't gonna definitely ain't gonna make it. That's not the glue that holds a real marriage together. You got to realize that first of all, people need to be tested before they enter a marital bed. First of all, secondly, people need to make sure that they know who want to have kids. Do you definitely keep a job? You're a cheater. This is those are the things that are the glue that really hold stuff together opposed to this quick fast stuff. And that's why a lot of relationships don't last is because they didn't go in it with the right reasons. They didn't get educated about it properly. And then sometimes people will go in it right, and sometimes people change on you. Like you may get in a marriage with somebody and you thought that they were a person that's faithful and they wanted to get married because it's a commitment to just one person instead of several people. And then they get involved in the marriage and start cheating on you. You know what I'm saying? That's the stuff right there that can make or break a relationship. Some people do change on you, and sometimes you go in there blind. Sometimes people worry about, what's in them pants and what's under that dress than they are with the serious stuff that's going to be the foundational stuff to build a good marriage off of. And then you get down the line, and then you start realizing that I don't even know who I'm married to. That's because you didn't go in it with the right intentions. And then, like I said, some people are slicksters because I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of people that is good at conning and manipulation. So until you know really what you want out of life, you have to be careful with that because I've been watching that. And then even with us as adult people, a lot of adult people have peer pressure. It's not just our kids. A lot of us have peer problems because I've been noticing too, like when you work with people, a lot of times everybody want to have some kind of coffee break group. People want to have some kind of clique where who eat together every day. And these people all well over 35 acting like kids at a job site, people acting funny towards you because you didn't get together and go with them out to lunch because you spend your time serving the Lord and you have to do it alone. You get what I'm saying? So with that being said, you got to know who you are and what you're here to do because if you don't, you're going to have big problems. Big problems. That click stuff, that definitely is not going to cut it. You definitely got to know what you're here to do. And that's the problem too that I notice that a lot of people have, is that they're so worried about not being with the right crowd. You got to see. And somebody's out here with no coat on. Yeah, got to watch out for all that kind of stuff like that, because I know with me, I try my best to, mind my own business, and then sometimes you can't even get in no business to help nobody out, because you're going to end up getting yourself caught up. I know who you're dealing with, because I've had so many people that got things going on. Huh? I think so. But yeah, I just, like to talk about a little bit of stuff, and I try not to get too, where I'm talking too much and too much controversy about what we're dealing with here in this thing called life. But at the same time, there is no other way to get around it. You just got to know what you know, speak your piece, mind your business, and do it moving. That's all I can say, because I got a lot that I'm learning differently about these Bibles and all this other stuff, and you got to learn too, like because see, everybody don't seem to understand that, we know we got to do it for ourselves, and there's going to be a lot of stuff in the Bible that if it's God's word, what if it's something that you don't do? How do you feel about that? And I think what you feel is that you're going to do what you feel is right, because He's going to tell you what's right for you, and it may be different for other people. You know what I mean? Because what we got to know here is the words of your mouth begin with your thinking. Just everybody think about that. The words of your mouth begins with your thinking, and sometimes we got to think about what we're thinking. You know, the root of our thinking is what? Our thoughts. The root of our thinking is what? Our thoughts. You see what I mean? All of the things are coming out, and people don't realize that the tongue is one of the hardest muscles to tame. And that's the truth about that. That is the absolute truth about that. You gotta think about what you're thinking, because a lot of times your thinking can be poisonous. What the heck is that was parked there? Oh, somebody got that. That ended up crashing. Hope not. You better be careful. We got so much going on here in the world, and until we get ourselves straightened out with our own lives, it's best to stay out of other people's business and hurting other people. Because you got to get yourself together, especially anytime you got a family too, especially with your kids. And some folks have grandkids. You got to know that all that teaching that you started from the top goes down to your descendants. So if you ain't got yourself together the right way and the right standing, you're going to end up dragging a whole bunch of people down the wrong path, because you don't even know what you're talking about, but they're trusting in your word that you are saying the right thing and that it's all going to be okay. And you got to know that. Because once you start out here on that path of trying to teach somebody else something, and you haven't thought it through, or you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to ruin people's lives. People follow up with you for a reason. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of times when kids grow up, they go into a different lifestyle than what you train them, because you might have not been right, or that's just something they never liked that you was teaching them coming up, and they decide to do something on their own, or you're wrong. You got to know that you know. Because I know a lot of stuff that you may have taught your kids, and they get up and they want to rebel and do something different because you know what you taught them is right. That's one thing. But if you know that you done taught them something, because I know with me coming up, we weren't really taught a lot of stuff about the Bible. You not be putting all that stuff there. You got to be careful. Well, he throwing all of that stuff there and it's getting in the path. You got to be careful. I end up getting hurt out there, man. They got to watch out. I guess they don't care, but they end up getting hurt bad. But yeah, anyway, so I just look at it for what it's worth. Keep this train moving. You know what I mean? The mind is a machine. As a computer, it must be programmed. How y'all feel about that? The mind is a machine as a computer, and it must be programmed. That's what I'm saying. That's what we said. You got to get right with God.
Learn what God is trying to teach you, and program that into your mind and do the best you can with it, because a lot of times we out here and we copy other people. Even here, I watch it on YouTube all the time where people got certain things they do and it's catchy, other people copy, but sometimes you got to be careful of what you're copying, because a lot of time that stuff is not anointed. You got to watch your back and know what you're doing. And like I said before, this with the YouTube thing, there's too many clicks in the wrong way though. People act like they don't have like a mind of their own when it comes to certain things, and some stuff is not for you. You find yourself doing something that you see somebody else do only because you see that they're getting a lot of views, but what if it's not a good thing? How do you get out of a situation when it's not a good thing? You know what I mean? You got to be careful about that. And I mean, in the life period, though, because I found myself in a few situations where I know that things weren't the way they should be, and that I need to, reform myself of what I'm doing, how I'm thinking, how I'm responding to it, and get myself together, because you do get caught up. And then sometimes they say, when people got certain things going on, if that's not how you get down, you shouldn't be over there, you shouldn't be around it. You got to pay attention and know what works for you. Because I know with me, I don't like to be in a situation where I'm copying what somebody else is doing, trying to fit in any kind of way. And I remember a lot of that stuff happening in school and stuff, where you're dealing with people that are trying to hang in groups, where if you're not on the football team, if you don't hang out or with the cheerleaders, or you're not a cheerleader, and this crowd here, family is considered as wealthy and yours is not. So people want to run into these cliques and stuff and try to run up on stuff and say, well, you know what? Well, if they're doing it, then I can do it. And that ain't even what's meant for you. So you're following down a path that may be a path of destruction for yourself, because you're worried about trying to fit in and worry about what other people doing. Even with me, like where, my living situation that I'm in right now, I don't be bothered with the folks out here. I don't wish nobody no bad. I don't have anything against anybody, but I tell you one thing, I'm not following. I hope he ain't putting all that stuff up on over here now. You got to be careful with that. He's doing that and throwing it all, and I done straightened all of that out. Got to be careful. Something. Got to be careful. He's gonna get himself hurt out there. And when you guys are coming through here, whoever I got for visitors and stuff like that, from a distance, I just want to let y'all know that I'm gonna start getting in here a lot and reading the word, and start meditating on some stuff like that. But I don't want to be over here like everybody, like we trying to be perfect, or like we preachers or anything like that, because that's not what I'm doing or who I am. I'm just a person that, trying to find my way, and I get on here and share it with y'all. Y'all can help me out. I can throw a few things at you guys, but I really want to get with the right understanding here about, what travels we're on. And once again, I seen somebody that was on a they were in the same live that I was in, and they said when you get on, on YouTube, it's better not to talk about God, religion, and sexual orientation, because that's not a good thing to do. And I don't understand why, because all of this is in the world. What did they just say about them athletes now? What was that commercial we just seen? That, say it again. You want to what? Yeah, they're gonna start allowing more of the LBQT community to participate in sports, and you see what I mean. So why aren't we gonna talk about it on YouTube? And this is on the news. or they're letting people where they've discriminated against somebody playing football or basketball and stuff like that due to their sexual orientation. They've been discriminated and not allowed to join. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? So if they saying this on the news and everybody running to the news, why can't I talk about it over here? And if I talk about it and I got some people that don't want to hear it, why do they have to hear it? They can leave. You know what I mean? It's not the disrespect to run anybody away, but it's the truth. They can leave off and find somebody else that's doing exactly what they want done instead of what I'm doing. That's how I feel about it. And there's no disrespect to anybody. I'm just saying, you don't have to be where you don't want to be, but this is the world that we live in. We can't sugarcoat this thing and make it what we want it to be. We have to face what it is. And that's the problem with everybody. Folks don't like to discuss something unless it's what they want it to be, and that's not how it works in the world. We all have to basically, adhere to what's right and do the right thing. Because a lot of times we just want to, put it out to what's our convenience. And sometimes you can't do that. You have to have respect for everybody. And once again, a lot of this stuff is just plain Jane. If you mind your own business, you don't have problems like that. You really got to mind your own business and do it moving and whatever that may be for you. And I don't judge anybody, but I know that I'm definitely not going to be the one that is going to try to hide something just because other folks don't want to talk about it. But yet when they hear about it on the news, or when it's somebody in their family, now they want to be a part of it. But when somebody else was saying it, they had a problem with it. Because we all know for a fact when you watch the news and that type of stuff like that, it's going to tell you what it is. It's going to tell you what it is. You gotta be able to accept that in your life because that's what it is. Just like right now, I try not to watch too much news because I don't like, to hear, you feel bad, but I put it this way. I don't want to be programmed by the world, but I would like to be able to, stay proactive so I'll know what's going on. Because the news will give you some good news and bad news, but, you got to take it in and keep it moving because a lot of times we don't do that. We're so, we fall apart over it very easily. And that's the spot that I don't want to be in. I want to be able to keep it real and understand everything, mind my business, and go where I need to be with it, and that only, And a lot of times people can't do that because they're so busy worried about what somebody's going to think about them opposed to what really needs to be thought. And that's why I always keep saying, think about what you're thinking. Because a lot of times we don't do that, and then we get ourselves caught up in some stuff that we can't understand because we were up in somebody else's business or we viewed it wrong. And when you get stuff caught up in your head a certain way that ain't right, then you can't explain it to anybody. Because I know even when you make decisions with kids, you got to make sure that you know exactly what you're telling them. Because a lot of times it just doesn't match up with the word, And that has been a big thing that I've been struggling with too, is trying to make sure that I think about what I'm thinking. And when you can't do that, you find yourself in a lot of turmoil. I mean, a lot of turmoil. I have to be 100% real with that. Because I know with me, when I get mixed up out there like that, I got to get right. If not, I'm just not going to be right, And that's the truth. You've got to get it right. Because you're responsible for other people's lives. You're raising kids. You're out here in society with your flap open talking, but you ain't saying nothing, And that's not a good thing either, to be in a predicament like that. Even with me right now, while I'm doing this live, I'm supporting like 3 other people's channels as well. I don't just sit here and it's not just, just doing my own thing and not being, conscious of helping somebody else out, I'm basically doing this because I'm enjoying it, but I also want to see someone else enjoy, what they got going on as well too. It's like I got one of the YouTubers here. Her name is Linda, and she's got a live going, so I'm checking out her live too. While I'm doing this, then I also got some personal business that I'm handling at home that I always do, and we all, as they say, one hand washes the other, and both wash the face. So that's what I'm basically doing. I'm doing myself, and I'm doing other people, and I'm doing a little bit here on the side. And like I said before, it's hard for a lot of us because of the fact that we all have different time zones. So when I get on here,
And I want to be clear because I've been noticing that, in no disrespect to anybody, but there's a lot of people here that's worried about financial gain only. And I thought that with this thing, called, YouTube, was about loving on one another and making positive friendships. And if it becomes something lucrative, that would be an extra blessing. You get what I'm saying? But not for that purpose only. You know what I mean? Like when I do these lives, everybody that keeps coming here is so quick. Oh, she's trying to get watch hours, all that. Well, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. If God say I ain't gonna get it, I ain't gonna get it. But that's not what's happening here for me, because I have a life that I've been blessed with way before YT ever came. First of all, and then secondly, it's not just about trying to make some money, because I have been blessed by God to be financially stable enough to stand. And I didn't get hit bad as a lot of people have been with the C-19 thing out here. That's the whole purpose of all of this, is to understand that you're still standing. But what's the purpose of it though? You know what I mean? What are you really about? What's going on with you? What's really happening? Because once you base certain things on some monetary gain, oh my goodness, honey, let me tell you, you'll be surprised what kind of dirty money we got out here. You're running this thing and taking advantage of friendships and stuff like that, looking just for money, and you realize that you don't got what you think you got. They said money can be the rule to a lot of evil out here. So I'm not gonna keep getting on here, because I have so many people. It's like a group of crowd that seem like that's all that they're worried about. And it's okay to discuss it. You know what I'm trying to explain to you? It's okay to discuss, man, how you doing? Are you trying to get it together? How's your channel growing? Man, let's support each other. We got each other back. But don't forget that there's a lot of other good stuff out here to accomplish besides just for money. Really love who you love. You know what I mean? Thank you, Patty. I appreciate it. Just here support. She said, okay. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Don't be about that, because I remember quite a few lives that I got, and that's all. Everybody just came on just to keep asking you, well, how many subs you got? How many watch hours you got? And I'm like, well, did you come to hang out with me, or what's going on? We already talked about that the last 3 lives, and the one whole live was about that only, which is good. Let's don't get it twisted now. Anybody that's on here that wants people to, subscribe, join them, they're trying to build it. They want to make it financial, regardless if they're already a doctor, a nurse, got a good life, happy, making over 100 grand a year. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, watch how you treat people when you're out here trying to do that, to make sure that they understand that that's not the only reason why they enjoy your friendship. You get what I mean? And because a lot of people have left and been hurt. A lot of people have reached out to me, because I keep telling people if they want to reach me, hit me up on Instagram. And a lot of people have contacted me on Instagram. And it's like, all them people that have been in your life, it seems like the only thing they want to make friends for is to use somebody to make some money. But I want to be friends even if there was no money. And I feel the same way. So I always try to tell people, watch how you run that, because it's not just about that. And I got so many people too that subscribe to me to get more viewers, but at the same time, a lot of them didn't realize that you don't get monetized by how many subscribers. You got to get over 1,000. I don't even want to talk about that. I get tired of hearing about it, but you got to have obviously a certain amount of subscribers. But at the same time, the people that I'm talking about thought that if they get a whole bunch of subscribers, like thousands and thousands, that's going to be how you get monetized, when that's not even that's not even it only. There's different areas of this thing that you got to do if you want to do it. But if that's all you in for, it may not turn out too good. You know what I mean? Because like I said before, all money ain't good money, and sometimes you chasing something that's not meant to be a good thing, and you end up playing yourself in the process of trying to gain something that you shouldn't be trying to seek that hard, because you're going about it the wrong way, and then you got people that are hurting other people just to have it. And it says, God says, cheer up, we have revelation. Just think about it. Cheer up, we have revelation, and we can overcome the world. And I honestly, truly believe that is very, very true. And I know a lot of you guys got a lot of stuff going on in your lives. And like I said before, I appreciate whoever that can come by and check me out and hang out a little bit and stuff. But at the same time, I know that everybody's busy. We all only have 24 hours in the day. So we have to, use it wisely. And I appreciate just knowing that you guys feel it in your heart to give me some of your time. You know what I mean? I appreciate that. And let me see if I can say this to y'all. The road to success is not straight. There is a curve called failure, a loop called confusion, speed bumps called friends, red lights called enemies, caution lights called family. You will have flats, could be a job, but if you have a spare tire called determination and an engine called, oh boy, this is so beautiful, got me so choked up I can't even say it, called faith, a driver called Jesus, you will make it to a place called success. Wow. Blessings always, yes, blessings always overcomes the rides of curses. You got that right. To defeat the devil, you have to be submissive. Yes, man. Yes. That's a good one, too. This to defeat the devil, you have to be submissive to God. That makes so much sense. Stop having an affair with the world if you're married to God. Just think about that, anybody. Stop having an affair with the world if you're married to God. Wow. That's something, y'all, we all got to think about. And y'all remember, every knee must bow on earth and under the earth. Meaning everybody's going to be rose up again, y'all. And it's getting down to the nitty gritty. And if people don't understand when I keep talking about this stuff, some people do, some people don't. You know, when he get ready to run through here this time, he's rapture. He's coming with his wages. And a lot of people don't realize that everybody ain't going to be where you think they're going to be. You know what I mean? And also, all of us, too, we have to take a good look at ourselves, too. Because sometimes we have a way of perpetrating the fraud with ourselves where we think that we're doing so good that we made it. And, in fact, we might be in the wrong somewhere. So that's why I always like to check myself a lot of times, too. I always check myself, and a lot of times I find some kinks there. I'm going to keep it real. I find some problematic stuff in my life that I say, you know what, I better do something about that. I thought I was straight. No. I got to go back and revisit that and straighten myself out. Sometimes you be thinking you right, and just like I said, too, there was some stuff that this pastor was saying, even though I know that I've been working on myself and learning the word and trying to do the best I can, I still be finding some stuff that this pastor is saying and some stuff in the Bible that I need to take another look at, for real. And then I have to go back and tweak it because I'm out of bounds. I'm not where I thought I was. So I go back and I try my best to fix those things because I thought I was rocking and rolling the right way and wasn't. And it's going to be a lot of that, though. A lot of up, down, and around where you feel that you got it going on and you actually don't. You really don't. You think you do, but once you reevaluate it, you realize that, you know what, I've been saying that wrong or I've been thinking about it wrong. I need to, change up a few things because, it ain't the right kind of stuff. And once I do that, I find my flaws and my issues, and I go back and I fix it, and I ask God to forgive me because I didn't do right. Soup stuff already got cold now. Well, yeah, and I go back and I look at it again, and I'm like, wait a minute now. I thought I had this covered, and come to find out, I had this all wrong. And I said, God, forgive me because I know not. And now that I do, I'm going to straighten up and do better and do the right thing. And every time I do that, I always find that I've gained more. I realize that he's forgiven me as long as I'm faithful to him and his word. And each time I do that, it always, you can feel it, though. It's a whole kind of, people don't realize with this working with God and stuff, it's a spiritual feeling. You know, it's a spiritual feeling of you know that we have arrived, and that you're doing the right thing, that God loves you, He forgives you, He's here for you, and you give Him all the thanks and praise. I had a very nice one of the YouTubers asked me about do I fear God, you know, and answering that question with a lot of thought and consideration. And the thing is, I don't feel that God wants to be He wants you to fear Him. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. It's not. You're not supposed to be afraid of Him. You know, because they always say put the fear of God in you. But I don't think God wants you to fear Him. He just wants us to obey Him. You know what I mean? And you may have fear, and I have had fear when you don't, when you don't obey Him right. But just to be downright scared of God, that's not really what was planned for our lives. So we have to be very careful that we don't go down that rabbit hole right there, because a lot of us are guilty of doing that, where we we fear Him, and then by you being afraid of Him, that's not how you're going to get Him in you. You know what I mean? That's not how you're going to have a relationship with Him, by being afraid of Him. So I honestly have to say, no, that's not it. That definitely ain't gonna be, that's not the right kind of way. And then by them asking that question, I had so many different people. Hey, Sydney. So many people that came and spoke about having fear. And we had to break it down where they got to understand that it's not, He don't want you to have fear. He wants you to have trust and belief in His word, though. But not be afraid, because when you're afraid of stuff, it keeps you from, prospering. So I definitely want to make sure that I'm not afraid of Him. I maybe feel some kind of fear of disappointing Him, but not to be afraid of Him, because those are two different definitions here. And like I said before, too, I'm trying not to talk you guys' heads off, because I know everybody got things to do in their life, and I don't want it to seem like I'm boring over here today, but I'm just trying to watch what I say and, do it moving. Sydney Cat is still here, and if Sydney Cat just popped up, so I don't know if she's working and maybe listening in. But I just want everybody to find their place where they are happy, whole, and full. And I'm not saying that everything with life. What's that? Okay, everything pertaining to life has to be about us getting our way and having everything we want. Because if not, we're going to be unhappy, and that's really not how that's supposed to be. You're supposed to be praising Him through the ups, the down, and the in-betweens. And if we fail to do that, that's when we're going to have a lot of trouble and a lot of worries, because we definitely have to have that type of faith. And faith, is something that God gives us so that we can trust in Him. Okay. When I get quiet like this, y'all be making comments and stuff on other people's videos and stuff like that. Yeah, just keep it in mind, y'all. And I'm gonna probably maybe go silent for a minute, because I don't know if there's anybody. Well, this probably most likely like Miss Betty and Sydney. They working, so they'll get in the background and do some things there, which I appreciate. But yeah, we just gotta meditate in the Word, and just keep trying to learn how to. Because I think a lot of times too, with us as people, if we follow the goodness and mercy of God and live our lives through that, that definitely will get us through a lot of these humps and confusions about what you should or shouldn't do. Because I noticed that with a lot of people, they don't know how to get started on the Bible or how to have a relationship with God. And I feel like if you're living your life and you're a good person, that's going to get you through the crunch right there. Just by serve God and do good. Serve God and do good. Once you get on those things like that, especially if you're out here in life and you're behaving and you're doing what you're supposed to do, that's a good start right there. It's just, a lot of it is about doing good, doing good things in life and behaving. It really is. But a lot of people don't understand that. I'm going to go silent for a minute here, y'all. I'll be back. Hi, Judy. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Week. Bless you. Yes, Judy. A lot of people are getting snow, a lot of it from what I've been hearing. Hello, Allison Pearl Jam. Thank you for coming. Yes, it Hello, Stephen. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. I hope the new year is treating you well so far. I am grateful that you have time to come see me. I appreciate all your content. I have been loving your shorts. Oh my gosh, you used to be pinpointing so many things. I'm loving the content. I hope your family is doing well. And got plans. What's going on different for this new year than what you had going on last year? I got maybe a few resolutions, but not really because most of the stuff that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, I hope. So I'm trying to figure out where to make some changes at. I mean, nobody's perfect, but I'm trying. Hope you had an awesome New Year as well, just bringing it in with family and stuff. Because we had a nice, chill back, relaxed time. Everybody here is happy, whole, and, just glad to be alive and having another year. Because, Christmas goes right into New Year. And I just pray that everything's all right. I enjoyed that recent live that you had split with Squirrel, too, because I went over. I caught the replay this time. I usually am in the lives, but I caught the replay, so I came over and hung out with you, and then I also went and checked on Squirrel. And it was a nice live. I really enjoyed the replay. Squirrel was just here not too long ago. He said he was driving. And we're just taking it easy. On a Monday, did a little bit of work here from the home. Got some more work to do. Got to, print out some labels and get a few things straightened out here that's, going in and out of the house. I made another nice pot of comfort food soup that we kind of nosh on anytime, day, morning, or night, because it's that kind of soup that's not too hard for your stomach to be able to enjoy at any time. We like to have a pot of soup on the stove at least once a week, just to have an option for something to eat, something good to eat, and something that doesn't require a lot of work to eat. You just heat it and eat it. And when I make soup like this, I make up a big pot. We'll keep it in the refrigerator for a couple of days till we eat that up. And if I have a bigger pot than that, put some in the refrigerator, and then I also freeze some. So whenever we feel like having soup again, we'll take the soup out. And we don't have to make it because these are my soups that I make from scratch. With like all of the ingredients in it. I cut up and chopped up. Made if I made some type of chicken soup, I started off of using the actual bone from a chicken to build up my roux and broth off of that. And, I add in my fresh potatoes and vegetables and whatever else I want to put in it. So I'm having some of that right now. I finally broke my fast because I've been fasting. So if you keep hearing that clinging sound, that's because I'm finally having me something to eat with a nice warm cup of tea. And like I said, I'm doing a little bit of work in here because what I got to do here that we do from home is my part is a lot of manual stuff, and my family, they do the technical part of it because I'm computer illiterate. I'm learning, though. Thank you so much, Ifeni. It's one of them good old soups that we have a lot of strong stuff to build up your back and keep your immune system strong. And it's from scratch. So you know how it is when you boil down, whether it be chicken, beef, or whatever kind of meat you like to eat, and you boil it down and you base that. Instead of even though I use stuff like, canned, processed stuff, sometimes I do, canned things. This is one that I made from the actual, boiling down the chicken, and that marrow comes from the bone, and that's your natural broth. And and don't use really too many seasonings. Don't take too many seasonings from anywhere else to bring in too much sodium and all of that. You know what I mean? And it's a decent soup. So I finally broke my fast because I've been fasting way longer than I normally do. And I thank you so much. I've been checking you out, Finney, and enjoying your content as well. You seem to be around a lot of nice, positive people. You guys love music. Y'all work together in harmony, and I enjoy coming over to your channel and enjoying that peace and tranquility. It's been really good. And I appreciate you for being here for me. And I thank you so much. And once again, I gotta play it whenever you're around. I gotta get my little sound on here that reminds me of you. And you're with a lot of talented people too, I see, that play instruments with you. Let's see if we can get this going. Here we go, Finney. This is for you. Hey. There we go, Finney. Boom, boom. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I replay it over and over again. Boom, boom. Oh, I love that about him. Magic hands. He plays quite a few instruments very well. Very well. I'll tell you one thing. We all have to be grateful for every moment that we have to live this life. Because a lot of people don't realize that you can't get a do-over. I mean, you can forgive yourself and repent to God and ask for forgiveness for, to move forward. But we definitely cannot. Time is something that stands still for no one. Time is something that we can't get back. So we have to move forward. And with that being said, just be grateful for everything, because it's, I feel that it's more easier to have positive than it is negative. Because when you live with the negative, that emotion is not a good feeling and it stops you from prospering. But when you live with the positive, you grow. You grow. And a lot of people don't understand that. Just like Stephen that was just here. I like when he always says, your past is behind you. And that means, a new day is in front of you. And that's the basis of everything, is the truth. And what we got to think about is the words of our mouth begin with our thinking. The words of our mouth begins with our thinking. And it is so true. Because a lot of times we say things that's on our mind. And we don't realize that. So we have to think about what we're thinking. And also, before we say something, we need to think about it, because of the fact that you may slip off sometime and say something too fast and don't realize what you said. And even if you make a mistake, you ask God to forgive you. Sometimes people don't let it go. They hold that against you, which is not fair, because we all deserve to be forgiven. But we have to watch out. That's right. I like the way he said there ain't no replay with life. Yes, sir. I like the way you worded that. Fine. That's yes. Absolutely true. The truth. Nothing but the truth.
by us knowing that there's no do-over, we need to do better than what we're doing. There's no do-over. Something's going on there. I think it seems like somebody entirely different is parking there with the whole family. That black truck, so are they took over that apartment maybe? I don't know. But yeah, there's definitely no do-overs. He said, ain't no replay with life. Man, I like the way you word that. He said, ain't. Yes, sir. And one thing people don't realize is the root of our thinking is our thoughts. The root of our thinking is our thoughts. The origins of our thoughts. I think a lot of this stuff people don't realize what you're thinking about, because when you're thinking in the wrong way for whatever reason, it has you stuck. You don't grow from it. The mind is a machine as a computer is. It must be programmed. The mind is a machine as a computer is. It must be programmed. Because a lot of us have stinking thinking, so we have to be careful to make sure what we're thinking about. Think about what you're thinking. Because after reprogram our minds, we must censor thoughts. We got to pay attention to the thoughts, pay attention to what you're thinking, because that can lead you down a road of a mess. We can get sickness from our thoughts. Victory and defeat begins with our thoughts. Thoughts are seeds planted in the garden of our mind. Thoughts are seeds that are planted in the garden of our mind. And man, this stuff is so true, I promise you. I couldn't make it up. All of this stuff just plays such a big role in our lives. Very important to watch out for that. Got to be careful. We are the ministers of life, not death. We are the ministers of life, not death. A lot of stuff can be like a death in your life when you're living with all these issues like this: stress, anxiety, overwhelm, hate, jealousy. All of that can be very draining. So I like to look at that too. That's why I said on here, I want to really come and actually, maybe my next time I do one of these lives, I'm going to, but see, the thing is, people don't pay attention to the pinned comment a lot. So I'm going to start trying to pin the comment anyway. Well, I do pin the comment, but I mean what I'm going to be talking about. I want to start pinning the comment. Also, as you guys come in and say hellos, I want to let you guys know and ask your opinion on what I'm speaking about, so that we all can work together to help and build each other out. God had to shut the mouth of some people. Do we know that? The tongue can control and direct our life. The tongue can increase or decrease our lives. You know what I mean? And see, a lot of people don't take that serious, but it really is. It is. The tongue. What you say, you can use it to increase your life, and you can also use it to decrease your life. Right? That's some serious stuff right there. I'd like to meditate on that. Jesus placed himself at the service of our words. Jesus placed himself at the service of our words. That's the serious stuff to think about. This is things I'm just meditating on. This is why I speak. Fear will prevent you from speaking the truth. Fear will prevent you from speaking the truth.
Exercise your will. Think positive. Mouth over matter. Mouth over matter. Think positive. Psychomatic development. Sickness from thoughts. Wow. You know, that is because sometimes as you think, so shall you follow. The power and the importance of words. Wow. That's some stuff right there that a lot of people don't pay attention to. Sometimes I slide off myself and don't remember it all either. Give him a good sacrifice of praise. Give him a confession of faith. Oh my goodness, this is about to get me in my feelings. Oh boy, do I believe it. Do I believe it. Oh my goodness, this is finna get me started. You gotta speak on it. We have to speak on this here. This is some really good stuff here. Boy, is this some good stuff. I'm getting here, sitting here trying to study and learn and speak on it at the same time I'm doing so because I'm getting something out of this. This is really feeding me. Wow. The words of your mouth. Begin with your thinking. Ooh, boy, isn't this something serious, y'all? Let's see. To control your mouth, you must control your mind. I got to get a crowd of people up in here. I hope for Fendi is somebody here that I can share this with. Because, boy, do I feel it. Oh, my goodness. This is something. This is something to share. To control your mouth, you must control your mind. Oh, boy. Oh, I got to keep that in mind. Oh, I need this, y'all. I need this. To control your mouth, you must control your mind. Right and wrong thinking is the basis for controlling your words. Right and wrong thinking is the basis for controlling your words. Proverbs 23:7. Wow. Ooh, that's blowing me away right there. My goodness. Ooh, yes. That all makes so much sense. That all makes so much sense. To control your mouth, you must control your mind. Right and wrong thinking is the basis for controlling your words. Proverbs 23:7. Wow. Oh my goodness, this is hitting me, y'all. I need this. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Wow. Isn't that something right there? And a lot of times that's exactly what it is. So is he. You don't have no colored D's, do you? None? Okay. Isn't that interesting? Because there's certain stuff that I want in a certain color. The Bible means exactly what it says. Yeah, I got to. This is open. I'm just letting you know. You okay? Highlighters? Where?
In my room.
Are they in the, can I use them? Are they in the thing?
Yeah, they should be in my drawer.
What drawer? The desk?
Yeah. There's a lot of those.
Oh, he said we are here. Thank you so much, Afeni. Thank you so much. I'm just getting some of this Bible stuff out that I really want to share with you guys. And if I'm saying something wrong or you know something different than me, please help me. I'm just trying to learn, y'all. I ain't trying to preach to nobody or act like I know everything, that I'm perfect and all that, because that's not what it is. I'm on here with this talk because I believe you guys are my brothers and sisters and we can help each other out. I need help. I'm learning. Yeah. Does that want to put stuff in some different colors? Well, I got to definitely close that door. You think you're ready for the workout? All right. Oh, he said, are you going to be changing now? it while I'm doing this live. I want to keep everybody. These is the right ones? Okay.
They say it on there, right?
Yeah, highlighters.
The one that is erasable. Be careful.
Say it again?
Be careful how you do it, because that'll erase that well.
Okay.
If you erase, well, actually, no, if you erase it too hard. If you erase it too hard, you can end up ripping your page.
I notice that happens a lot too. Yeah, you guys, but I'm just in this thing here trying to learn and comprehend a whole lot of more stuff here that we have in the Bible that a lot of people don't pay attention to. It says the Bible means exactly what it says. A man is what he thinks. You must accept of the scriptures. Yes, sir. The basics difference between spiritual principle and a man-made law is that which God set forth cannot be broken. Amen. Oh, boy, this is going to get me going right now. Definitely going to get me going. Let me see. Okay. This is definitely going to get me going. Oh, my goodness. A spiritual principle such as the law of sowing and reaping can never be broken. A spiritual principle such as law of sowing and reaping cannot be broken. Do you see what I mean about all these laws and things that we have? And a lot of times people just make stuff what they want it to be. Ooh, this one is too dark. Oh boy, this is messing up my words. This one is way too dark.
Yeah, that's why you gotta use one.
I hope, because I'd like to, keep my Bible and stuff where I can, you know what I mean, but you can't get rid of the words. I'm just trying to get some understanding here. The spiritual principle always works. Luke 6:37, 38 tells us that whatever we give out, we will have it multiplied back to us. Wow. That is true. Whatever we give out, we'll have it multiplied back to us. That's why I keep telling folks that you gotta, when you do stuff, make sure you put it out right, because it's gonna come back to you. And I mean, we don't do nothing just to get something, but we gotta do better than what we're already doing. I know that much. Well, that's a good one right there too. If you judge people, you will be judged. If you bless people, you will be blessed in return. If you judge people, you will be judged. If you bless people, you will be blessed in return. I like that. I really like that. That's the thing that we have to pay attention to. Whatever we put out there on somebody else will visit us. It becomes a part of our life as well too. Okay, if you criticize people, you will reap criticism. You hear that? If you criticize people, you will reap criticism. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the things that we all have to take into consideration when we out here trying to do something to somebody else. It comes back on you. A lot of people don't like to hear that, but it's the truth. The law of physics, which man is discovered and dependable on. I'm going to get up here first. Wow, this is so much stuff that I can't even think straight because I'm overwhelmed and happy. I am going to be saved or not. I will answer. I do not know. God speak that you should have redemption. And you have it. Okay. Amen. Ooh, y'all, this is something good here that I got. That I'm going through. The first statement I want to make is what you say is what you get. Okay now. What you say is what you get. What you say is what you get. Say is what you get. The scriptures refers is Mark 11:23. That's exactly what it says. Do you see the mountain? If you want to move it, all you have to do is speak to it, and it will move. Do you want to move the mountain? That's all you have to do is speak to it and it will move. That's exactly what it says too. Those are true words. These are spiritual words. What you say, what you get. Oh boy. Man, this is it. Ooh. Ooh, that's wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The second thing I want you to consider is to not to rise above what you allow yourself to think or say. Okay? You can think back, and as you think about your past life, the life you have been leading, ask yourself this question: what has been happening to me? Then stop and think about what you have been saying or thinking all of your life. You will find that you have been speaking your life into existence. Now that I have not given you any basis for this far. Okay, you are going to be convicted in the heart, okay? Because we will give you enough scripture to show you this. So at this point, stop and open your minds and spirit to Jesus Christ our Lord and ask the Father to teach you his ways. Ask the Father to teach you his ways. Amen, Lord. Woo, I need this, y'all. I'm all over the place because I'm dipping into some newer stuff here. Open your minds and spirit. Open your mind and spirit to Jesus Christ the Lord. Ask the Father to teach you his ways. Ooh, boy, and I'm looking here because I want to be able to share with you guys and quote real scriptures that's in the Bible, not just man-made, made-up stuff. Quote the scriptures that are in the Bible that are real and true. And I always try to break it down because a lot of people got different concepts in learning about the Bible, even though I know we only have one Bible. You got to really know that you know, because a lot of times people make up, when you go into church, you got to know who your pastor is and the deacon, because sometimes, they have a Bible that they written for you. And you have to understand the difference of what, what's real and what's not. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Victory and defeats are born in the mind. Victory and defeats are born in the mind. Wow. Woo. Man, man, man. Jesus said, my words are spirit and life. John 6:63. Fear will prevent you from speaking victory. Wow. Wow. I tell you, they always say, speak it into existence. Wow. You must start developing your will in the area you start saying. I will develop the habit of positive thinking. I will develop the habit of positive thinking. This is not just positive thinking. This is positive thinking in line with the Word of God. This is not mind over matter, but mouth over matter. Woo. Blow me back to the third row. Yes, yes. You must develop. You must develop. Yes, 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 yes. Exercise your will to think positive. Exercise your will to think positive. There are some people who cannot do a thing. Right, do you know? You got that right. I had a Christian brother who could not do much. Yes, yes, yes. You must develop your will in the area. I know that's right. You will develop the habit of thinking positive. You will develop the habit. I will develop the habit of thinking positive. This positive thinking in line with the Word. This positive thinking has to be in line with the Word. That's true. In the Word of God. This is not mind over matter, but mouth over matter. Yes. 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 Think about what you're thinking. Oh, I love this stuff here. It just got me. I'm meditating, y'all. So if it seems like I'm bugging out, it's just that I'm coming across some stuff that I've read before, but I didn't read all of it or enough of it, or there was certain stuff that was shown to me, and then I didn't research it enough myself. So that's a lot of what I'm doing right now. Got to keep that in mind. Do you work for 12 hours a day without getting beat down and tired? Do you? Okay, it says you can work 12 hours a day without getting beat down and tired. Did you know that you have done that most probably, but at the other times? Okay. Thoughts are the seeds planted in the garden of our mind. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That just gets me. I'm just gonna go with a few of those right there off of the top right there, because those are enough nice things to say to spread on a really good word just by saying the titles of a lot of these situations and circumstances that we have in our life that we take for granted, and it's a lot of the little things that we don't pay attention to, that we need to step into. And it says the secret to being a victorious Christian. Life is in the mouth. The principles of controlling our tongue. All right. Wow, this here ain't playing no games. This here ain't playing no games. I think we're reaching a quiet calm over here. The tongue controls your life. Wow. Wow. That's very interesting. How do you begin to think? Where does your thinking start? The answer is your thinking starts with thoughts. Is that right? I put that way to you. Yes, it is right. It does have a lot to do with your thoughts. Ideal. Okay. Okay, senses. Everything you have learned since you were born. Let me see. Everything that you have learned since you were born into the world, everything your mind has learned has entered through your five senses. Therefore, we know that thoughts come through your five senses, either from your present environment or what you have stored in your subconscious mind. You must just wait a minute. You might just be doing nothing one day and a thought hits you. That thought could be from something you have learned a long time ago. It is in your subconscious mind. That is one of the ways we can think. And you got that right, because it'll be up there. And it just comes out. The second source from which thoughts can come is the devil. Satan can bombard your mind with thoughts. We know this because the scripture supports it. John 13:2. The devil put the thoughts of betrayal in Judas' heart. Judas conjoined up and planned that he was going to betray Jesus. Yep, they joined up. Maybe Judah thought he was doing right. However, he received that thought into his mind. Now, in his mind now, when he did, he started thinking into his mind how and when. Yep, that's how it is, because sometimes we get somebody that places a thought in our mind, but we don't think about it. We allow it to take up space in our lives, and then before we know it, we're speaking it, we're preaching it, we're saying it, we're doing it, and then we end up in big trouble. That is so true. So true. set up in there. It's time for the gym. Gym time. Yogurt? It's been good. It's good for your body, too. Hey, Sydney. I'm just messing around, y'all, looking at different types of stuff.
It's not.
Okay, click it. Different types of stuff in this book. That's what it is, too. A lot of people got what I'm doing here, you guys. If anybody is here still listening, what I'm doing is I'm reading different Bibles. So if I seem like I'm confused, because I am, because as far as I know, it's supposed to be a lot of stuff's supposed to be the same. Also, we got to know the difference if we read in the Bible that is the Old Testament and the New Testament. But at the same time, if I'm reading, because they saying King James version and this version and that version, so I'm comparing scriptures of different Bibles here, and I'm just reading out loud what I'm reading from one that's different than the other. And see, if you're going to study the Bible, if you don't know what you're reading, then that's going to be a problem. So I'm trying to make sure I know what I'm reading. Because if you don't, there's no need to even try to do this if you ain't going to do it right. Hey, how are you, Finney? Thank you so much for coming. I'm just sitting here and trying to get myself familiar, because what I'm learning is that there is a lot of different stuff going on here with the Bible. And I want to make sure that I'm standing on the right side, because there's a lot of stuff that I'm seeing when you start comparing. What I'm doing is I'm comparing different Bibles to get an understanding of why is certain stuff so different, and when they have different stuff, what do you follow? So that's what I'm doing. I've been reading a lot out loud, and it's coming from different Bibles. I hope you're doing well. This world will pass away, but my word will never pass away. And God speaks. Okay. He said, this world may pass away, but my words will never pass away. God said, pass away. This world, he said, this world may pass away. He said this, he said in this Bible, this world will pass away, but not my word. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, see, that's another understanding too. His word will never die. Even though the world will pass away, his world will not die. That's very important to understand and to know that. Because a lot of people got this mixed up. And now, I'm looking at this and comparing two and three different Bibles. Let's see if they're matching up with the word. A lot of this is saying different things in different Bibles, y'all. The root to our thinking is our thoughts. All right. What are you doing to Finney? What you doing to Finney? Oh, he's gone. Sydney and Finney. I see you getting it in over there. He done got himself monetized and on the go. Keep guard of your heart. Proverbs 4:20. This is God's word, saying why don't you learn my ways? See, these Bibles. This is interesting. How all these Bibles. Y'all need to. Whoever's interested need to look into this, because this is interesting. How all this is saying different stuff. I mean, it's supposed to be going one way. I got to take care of this. I got to learn what I need to learn before I come on speaking anything about the Bible. I got to know better. Hello, everyone. I thank you all so much for coming. I appreciate you guys' time. And I just want to let you know that I am here. It's just that so many people, they'll come in, they'll leave it running, and they're busy. So I try to come and catch everybody when I can. I really appreciate you guys. I hope you all are living your best life. I am here riding with you. I thank you. I adore the friendships. And please keep your heads up, stay positive, do what you need to do. I know a lot of people are talking about they got snowstorms, and I pray that everybody is okay because, everything ain't the same for everybody. They have storms like that in different places. People, lights and stuff get off, and, power's out, and food can go bad. There's a lot of stuff that can come with negative weather, not to mention a lot of people saying they got snow. You got to be careful out there with the snow because you can get frozen in. You also can have situations where there's people that can get trapped in their house because they can't shovel, don't got no way to shovel, don't have a shovel. So I pray for everybody that's going through things because this is it ain't easy. And I thank you all so much. And like I said, I'm here to chat it up. I just try to catch people at the right time because we all different time zones, only 24 hours in a day. But I'm here. I'm working from home, but I'm also chatting with you guys here and there, and I am definitely running 3 other devices to support my family and friends on YT. So don't ever, whenever you see me doing these lives, don't think that I'm glued into mine, that I can't run yours or back you up because I'm here for everybody. Hey, Affinity, I'm glad you are here. What you up to? I appreciate you. See, I'm the type, I'm a long rider. I stay in it for the long run. I'm here for it. You know what I mean? I really want to, and I like to take the time to enjoy the content as well from other people. So sometimes, yeah, I'll say, well, I'm doing things, I'm working, and I'll let it run. And then I do a lot of binge watching that I watch videos through and click on to the next person, and really watch their videos, the full thing. I like to make sure that when I watch people's videos or their lives, that I give them the time that they need, first of all, because I enjoy the content and the friendship, the family connections. Secondly, for a person to get monetized. Thirdly, for a person that's already monetized to stay monetized. So I think that people need to know that it's very important if you're helping somebody along that you give them the time that they need, not just saying, oh, yeah, I watched it. Yeah, but if you didn't do a certain amount of time, it's not going to stick. Whether it be videos, lives, or whatever, it's not going to stick for certain people. You know what I mean? So I pray that we all get to where we want to be. If that's something lucrative, go on and do your thing. But please enjoy the wonderful friendships that we're creating on here. Oh, you eating dinner? Okay. Well, good for you. I'm glad that you're getting a meal. Nourishment for the body. Yes, yes. What are you eating? What are you eating, if any? What kind of food do you eat? What you like? Curious to know. Uh-huh. Hmm. He said he is having dinner. I wonder what you eat. You are welcome, my brother. How is dinner going to Finney? You enjoying it? I think me and you might be the only two around right now. I mean, there's other folks around. They're just, hanging in the background. You know how that is. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm having me a peppermint right now. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Hello, 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 hello. That beat. Juju on that beat. Mm-hmm. And how? What's going on, y'all? So they having it. Okay, I guess everybody's still chilling out. I'll come back in. I guess I'll go silent if any. I'm going to silent again, y'all. Finny, that sounds good. Hey, Bert, thank you. Best, trying my best to keep up. I don't want anybody to ever feel like they're bored over here, cause honey, I'm very long-winded. It's just that everybody, doing their thing, and it's all good. It's all good. I hope y'all doing well. Dinner sounds good, Finny.